Warrior Lore. Chapter 46:20. Zichun retreated with lingering fear. In front of him, an illusory thunder tree appeared and trapped the big bird. This was Zichun's previous protection. Now, it had become the big bird's cage. The big bird's body was still releasing flames. Even with the light of the thunder tree, Zichun could still feel the terrifying heat. At this moment, Zichun's hands and face were black. His clothes were also emitting black smoke. If he hadn't reacted in time, he might have died. Separated by the thunder tree, he looked at the fire bird and wondered if it had been forced to commit suicide. At the same time, he discovered another use of the thunderbolt seed, which surprised Zichun. No, the bird could still move freely and continued to crash into the thunder tree. It wasn't committing suicide. Damn it, what kind of monster is this? Zichun cursed and turned to run. According to his previous estimation, this illusory thunder tree should be able to last for 15 minutes. Within this 15 minutes, he was confident that he could escape from here. It's so dangerous. How can I survive? Zichun was worried. Now, not to mention finding food, he was almost eaten by it. Moreover, it was a chicken. Where could he go to reason with this? Fortunately, Zichun thought of the thunderbolt seed. It had saved his life twice. Originally, he thought that he had many life-saving methods. He didn't expect to use 2 of them when he just arrived here. Zichun ran all the way. His ears were filled with the whistling of the wind. He just wanted to escape from this place. The sound of the big bird crashing into the thunder tree gradually faded. This made Zichun feel relieved. With a 15 minutes buffer, he believed that he could definitely get rid of this big bird. But soon, Zichun realized that the crashing sound was getting closer. Just when he thought that he had heard wrongly, he suddenly looked up and realized that the thunder tree was not far ahead. The big bird had withdrawn the flames on its body and was crashing into the thunder tree again and again. How can this be? Zichun was dumbfounded. He was running in one direction. Why did he come back? I don't care. He continued to run forward. But after a while, he ran back to the same place again. Pong! Right at this moment, the big bird broke through the protection of the thunder tree. As the light dispersed, the big bird shook its head and moved forward. Zichun turned around and ran in another direction. The big bird tirelessly caught up, and its speed did not decrease at all. On the other hand, Zichun was not as fast as before because he had consumed a lot of energy. While running, Zichun deliberately looked around, trying to find some reference points. After using the 3rd life-saving method, Zichun finally confirmed one fact. He was trapped in a space, and in this space, there was only him and the big bird. During this time, he had tried many methods, but he was unable to leave this space. As for where the space barrier was, Zichun could not sense it. Am I going to be trapped here until I die? Zichun, who was already exhausted, thought helplessly, and it was killed by a chicken? If he died here, he didn't know if Zichun would be able to revive in the Martial Heaven continent. The possibility of that happening was unlikely, but being killed by a chicken was too sullen. After all, he was the #1 holy spirit in the Saint Spirit realm, an existence with unparalleled fighting strength. Furthermore, if even he could not survive, who could survive in this strange world? This chicken was too terrifying. Even if this was not a sealed space, if the two met, Zichun would definitely not be able to survive. It was even more impossible for others. Without any life-saving methods, they would have died long ago. How was this a strange world? It was clearly the end of the world. It's here again. Looking at the big bird that had broken through the thunder tree, Zichun sighed and could only continue running. Although there were no seasonings, the taste of the rabbit meat was not bad. With their appetite, they had only eaten half of it. The remaining half was enough for another meal. Emo Yin stood up and stretched. He looked at the wound on his arm, which had already formed a scar. He smiled and said, "It seems that the wound is much better." He clenched his fist again. "My strength seems to have increased a little." Emo Yin nodded. After eating the rabbit meat, she also had the same feeling. Let's go to the next place. Maybe we can find other people. In this kind of place, it's obvious that more people can survive. Emo Yin picked up the remaining half of the rabbit meat, and the 2 of them walked in a certain direction. A large group of people from the Holy Thunder clan came in, but they did not gather together. Most of them were idle. Right now, Saint Venerable Lady was alone, but he was different from the other people who came here, including the other Saint Venerables. Although he was strongly suppressed after coming to this world, it was not that he did not have any power to mobilize. Moreover, as he moved forward, there was an indescribable force between heaven and earth that entered his body, improving it. Lady, who sensed this change, smiled. "This is interesting." He stretched out his palm and looked carefully. There was an invisible force entering his palm and then into his body. His strength was increasing. Although this increase was very faint, Lady could still clearly feel it. A black shadow was moving close to the ground. It seemed to be very careful, and its eyes were fixed on Lady, who was standing there motionlessly. The two sides were getting closer and closer, but Lady still did not notice the abnormality in the dark. Gradually, it got closer and closer, and it was at a distance where it could attack. A hint of cruelty flashed in the black shadow's eyes. It suddenly exerted its strength, and like a black lightning bolt, it rushed towards Lady. It was a black hyena with sharp and cold teeth. Its target was Lady's neck. Lady did not move at all, but an extremely faint light appeared from his body. Then, the hyena felt as if it had bumped into a wall. The moment it was blocked, the hyena stretched out its claws. Its claws were like real weapons, slashing forward. The air was filled with a whistling sound, and sparks exploded in front of the hyena. At this moment, the ground trembled. A yellow cone rose from the ground and pierced the hyena's body, completely penetrating its abdomen. Lady turned around and glanced at the hyena. "This place is interesting." The cone disappeared. The hyena landed on the ground, and Lady walked forward. After walking for about 10 steps, Lady suddenly walked over. He squatted down and searched the hyena's body. After a while, he found a crystal in its abdomen. The crystal released a bright light and was extremely dazzling. "Is this the rule of this world?" Lady looked at the crystal and murmured, "Is it something that can increase strength?" With a thought, the crystal shattered and a ray of light entered his body. The next moment, Lady stretched out his hand. His nails immediately grew out, as strong as weapons. With another thought, the nails disappeared. At this moment, Lady clearly felt that he had an additional ability. Nails could become weapons, just like the hyena. Insignificant skill. He snorted, his eyes full of disdain. The nails that grew out immediately turned into light and disappeared. The previous ability became pure strength and was absorbed by his body. "Shuewu, slow down. You don't have to be so fast." A small beast was in front, and a middle-aged man was behind. One beast and one man walked forward without any obstruction. It was very carefree in this strange world. Along the way, they met some creatures, but when they saw the two, they could only sigh, because the man and the beast were completely free from the gravity of the earth. They walked in the air as if they were celestial beings. "This place is not bad. I just don't know what benefits they can get from here." The middle-aged man smiled faintly. In his vision, there were many people working hard to survive. There was almost no one like him who was born with the ability to fly. Looking at Shuewu, who was already far away, the middle-aged man continued, "Although no one can sense our presence here, we still have to be careful. Don't make any mistakes." Shuewu slowed down and looked back at the middle-aged man. It seemed to be begging for something. Its little eyes looked a little pitiful. The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "It's impossible to meet. Don't even think about it. You and I should be satisfied to be able to come here. It's over. It's over. This time, I'm really going to die here." Zichun was already exhausted. However, that big bird seemed to have endless energy. One by one, the thunderbolt seeds were used up. Zichun, who should have been sad, could not care less. The big bird chased after him again. Zichun ran helplessly. Seeing that he was about to be caught, he used the thunderbolt seeds again. This time, he did not trap the other party. Instead, he protected himself. Then, Zichun sat down and took deep breaths. He wanted to recover some energy as soon as possible. Through the protection, he looked at the big bird. "Am I, Zichun, going to die here? Why doesn't it feel tired?" Isn't it hungry? Could it be that it's also trapped here like me, and one of us has to die? If that's the case, then I'll be the one to die. Zichun did not want to give up just like this. However, he had yet to find a way to kill his opponent. Not only did he possess an inexhaustible supply of power, but he also could not find a way to counterattack. Not to mention a weapon, he did not even have a stone. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour passed. Seeing that the protection was in danger, Zichun turned and ran in another direction. With a bang, the protection behind Zichun shattered. The big bird rushed over again. Zichun could only continue running. His life-saving means were constantly being used up. However, after running back and forth for a long time, he still could not find an exit. Zichun reached out and touched his chest. This was not good. There was only one protection left. The other three were given to him by the Thunder Tree. Zichun suddenly turned around and saw that the big bird was approaching. It seemed to have reached the limit of its anger. As it approached, it directly used flames. Zichun did not hesitate to take out the last protection. After using it, the Thunder Tree appeared and protected both of them. Then, Zichun immediately retreated and successfully left the protection range. Chapter 46:21. 3 oval-shaped white eggs lay quietly among the weeds. Zichun, who was already exhausted and hungry, couldn't help but light up when he saw this scene. Obviously, he had accidentally stumbled into the nest of the giant bird. Looking at the 3 eggs, Zichun could conclude that the giant bird wasn't trapped here, but had been living here all along. Previously, the giant bird had directly used flames, not because it was angry because it couldn't take it down after a long time, but because it was worried that he would enter. Zichun didn't say anything and immediately went forward. Each egg was as big as a watermelon, and in the absence of heat, it was edible even if it was raw. Approaching it, Zichun clenched his fist and fiercely smashed the white egg. With a bang, Zichun's palm was shaken to the point that it hurt. At present, this should be his only food, so Zichun didn't care about anything else. 1, 2, 3. Using all his strength, Zichun smashed the giant egg for the 5th time. A brilliant light appeared in his field of vision, and the sparkling and translucent egg white was about to overflow. Zichun immediately raised it to his mouth. As the egg white entered his stomach, a cool feeling spread throughout his body, and Zichun's previous exhaustion was swept away, as if he had eaten a miraculous elixir from the spiritual realm. Zichun's heart trembled, and he began to gulp it down. Gulp, gulp. The egg white continued to enter his body, and gradually, Zichun felt full. At the same time, his body seemed to have a sense of power. The crack in the white egg became bigger and bigger, and in the end, the entire golden egg yolk was swallowed by Zichun in one gulp. Then, Zichun's stomach seemed to be burning, and a long-awaited sharp pain came from his body. Zichun didn't have time to adjust his body here, and he could only see him pick up another egg and run away. He ran out of this space, and it hadn't even been 15 minutes, so Zichun saw the giant bird again. However, this time, he was full of energy. Moreover, he had backup food by his side, so he was not worried about anything. While moving forward, Zichun found that his running speed seemed to be much faster than before, which surprised and delighted him. The burning sensation in his abdomen was still there, like a raging inferno. When the intense pain spread, it also seemed to be calcining Zichun's body. Zichun rushed forward in a straight line, trying to get as far away from the big bird as possible. However, as he ran, Zichun realized that he didn't hear the bang. Why hasn't the protection of the lightning tree disappeared yet? Just as Zichun turned around to check, he was surprised to find that the big bird in his field of vision had disappeared and was replaced by a forest. It was not dense, but there were tall trees. Zichun's expression changed. Did he just walk out of that sealed space? Where's that big bird? As a precaution, Zichun hid behind a large tree and carefully observed the situation. The big bird did not appear, and the burning sensation in Zichun's abdomen was still there, but it was not as strong as before. Nothing. It still didn't appear. Could it be that the stupid bird, or the stupid chicken-like existence, was really stupid and didn't know that it had lost its eggs? After waiting for a while and still not seeing the other party, Zichun was relieved. Phew. He secretly exhaled, and then leaned against the big tree and sat down. The next moment, he held his breath. In front of him, there was a big bird about the same size as the previous one. It was looking at him with curiosity in its eyes. Zichen's expression changed immediately. Where did these come from? Their eyes moved quickly. There were a total of 6 of them here, all staring at him. Looking at their size, they were about the same as the previous one. They should also be able to play with fire. Zichen finally understood why the previous one did not appear. It was because there were more here. What should he do? In Zichen's mind, his thoughts were spinning rapidly as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, the 6 big birds in front of him had already blocked all his escape routes. His only escape route was to run back to the place where he had escaped from, even though he did not know how he had escaped. The 6 big birds were still looking at him curiously with their heads tilted. There was only curiosity in their eyes, no other emotions. Zichen did not know how long they had been staring at him. Based on the temper of the previous one, they would have already swarmed him. How about a thought appeared in Zichen's mind. He only saw his eyes widen, and his sitting body fell straight to the ground. He was still tightly hugging the egg that he had stolen earlier. His other hand reached into his bosom without leaving a trace and touched the 3 largest lightning seeds. These were the 3 that Lei Shu had given him, and they were also the largest. Zichen had not been willing to use them. The ones that he had used before were given to him by Lei Shu at the request of Han Nu. However, they were all used up. Seeing Zichen fall, the big birds seemed surprised. They walked forward. Zichen's eyes widened, and he became more and more nervous. If these big birds tried to peck him, a few holes would appear on his body, so he had to be careful. If they continued to come closer, Zichen would not hesitate to use his last 3 trump cards. The accident that he had imagined did not happen. The big birds just leaned forward and then left. Zichen secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He did not dare to be careless, and he continued to lie there. The number 1 Holy Spirit of the spirit realm did not feel that this was a shameful action. He looked around and observed his surroundings. He saw a big bird catching something on the ground in the distance. After a while, a half-meter-long insect jumped out, as if it wanted to fight with the big bird. It jumped out and bit the big bird's neck, and its body coiled around it like a snake. It was as if it wanted to strangle the insect. However, it was useless. After spitting out a ball of flames, the insect became stiff and fell to the ground. It was swallowed by the big bird. It was clearly a scene of a chicken eating an insect, but it was so strange. Zichen was shocked and ashamed. In this world, he, the number 1 Holy Spirit of the spirit realm, was not even comparable to an insect here. The cool and burning feeling from before was still in his body, but it was starting to spread to his limbs and bones. It was as if he had swallowed some kind of great opportunity in the spirit realm that could change his body. However, he could not use his previous cultivation method, so he could only wait quietly for this change. After staying in the same position for a long time, it was inevitable that he would feel a little uncomfortable. Thus, Zichen, who was playing dead, turned around and continued to observe his surroundings. There seemed to be quite a number of insects hidden underground, but they were not passively eaten. Instead, they took the initiative to attack and then died. Zichen could clearly see that each of the birds could spit out flames, which was the key to their victory. Without these flames, they would only have a 50% chance of winning against the insects, or rather, they would be at a disadvantage. I can't even compare to an insect. How can this be? Zichen continued to turn around and saw a big bird suddenly disappear from his sight. Was that a space? Zichen's expression changed, and then he looked at a big bird. After eating 3 insects in a row, it walked into the distance and disappeared. It was a different place. No bird paid attention to Zichen, so Zichen was also looking at them. He found that these birds had their own space and would disappear after eating. At that moment, Zichen felt a wave of anger coming from behind him. It was the giant bird that had exhausted so many of his trump cards. After it appeared, the ground trembled slightly, and it pecked at the ground with its sharp beak, causing the ground to tremble. Immediately, 2 insects flew out and attacked it. Flames spewed out, and the insects fell to the ground and were eaten by it. So you are hungry too. Zichun saw this scene, and at the same time, the other party also saw Zichun. Its eyes changed a little, and it seemed to be curious, but it didn't come over. It saw me, but it didn't come to take revenge. What's going on? Zichun didn't understand why the other party hadn't chased after him like an enemy. This gave birth to a bold idea in Zichun's heart, as well as a bold guess. At this moment, there were not many big birds in sight. Zichun decided to stand up and give it a try. If his guess was wrong, he could only run away. If it was true, he might have found a way to survive. Zichun suddenly stood up and then walked towards the big bird in front of him. It was the one that had a grudge with him. The other party saw Zichun coming, and its eyes were filled with curiosity and vigilance, but there was no anger like before. When he was 3 meters away from the other party, Zichun stopped and walked to the side as if nothing had happened. A man and a big bird passed each other peacefully. Then, Zichun walked towards the other big birds, but it was more of curiosity than hostility. It must be it. Zichun looked at the big white egg in his arms. He had eaten one raw before, which was why he became like this. Perhaps he had accidentally gained a unique aura on his body, causing them to mistake him for one of their own. That was why they didn't feel any hostility towards him. Thinking of this possibility, Zichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These chickens also thought that he was a chicken. Fortunately, he was the only one here. Otherwise, wouldn't he be laughed to death? The fatigue from before was long gone. Zichun felt that his strength had increased a lot, and his steps were much more agile. At this moment, an insect suddenly jumped out from the ground and bit at Zichun. Pa! Zichun directly sent the insect flying, and 4 small holes appeared on his wrist. Blood flowed out, and he felt that his arm was a little numb, as if he had been poisoned. Motherf asterisk cur, if only I could play with fire like those chickens. At this moment, Zichun secretly cursed. Facing such a situation, he didn't mind having the ability of a chicken. In another place in the strange world, a kind-looking monk put his palms together and said with a compassionate face, Amitabha, the Buddha didn't want to kill you, but you died because of the Buddha. The heavens are virtuous, and may you have endless good karma in your next life. Good, good. The young monk put his palms together again and chanted the name of Buddha. Chapter 46:22. The insect that was hit by Zichun fell to the side. The big bird that had a grudge with it immediately ran over. This time, the ground didn't shake. While it was unprepared, it swallowed it. Zichun wished he could have the ability of a chicken right now. At least he could guarantee his safety here. The numbness grew stronger and stronger. Zichun knew that he was poisoned, so he decided to find a safe place first. Naturally, it was the hiding place of the big bird. Zichun walked forward without hesitation. It didn't take long for him to return to this space. Seeing this familiar environment, Zichun actually felt a sense of familiarity. At least there were no poisonous insects here. A damn insect, how can it be poisonous? Is there any justice in this world? Zichun looked at his swollen arm and felt a little angry. At this moment, the big bird was full and walked in again. After seeing Zichun, its eyes were vigilant. Then it lowered its head and slowly walked towards Zichun. It seemed that it could attack at any time. Zichun hugged the egg and slowly retreated. At the same time, he was on guard against the other party. This situation was much better than before. At least it didn't rush up, which more or less confirmed his previous guess. Perhaps they didn't distinguish between the same kind by appearance, but by aura. Zichun retreated again and again, retreating out of this space. It was like a domain. Zichun retreated out of the opponent's domain, but the giant bird didn't follow him out. So, after some hesitation, Zichun walked in again. The big bird found him and tried to drive him away again. This time, Zichun retreated along the edge of the space, not leaving this place. He was full now and had time to waste with the other party. It was worth mentioning that as time passed, he felt that his steps were getting lighter and lighter. If it weren't for the bad condition of his arm, everything would be perfect. After retreating like this, the big bird finally lost its patience and began to accelerate. Zichun turned around and ran. Another battle seemed to be about to break out. The big bird chased for more than 10 feet and gave up. It wasn't that it couldn't catch up with Zichun, but but it was purely trying to scare him. After repeating this several times, as if seeing that this fellow was no threat, the bird finally gave up and walked off into the distance. Zichun stood there and quietly watched the bird leave. It should have gone to the place where the egg was hidden. Whoosh! Zichun heaved a sigh of relief. He lowered his head and looked at his arm. It was still swollen, and his palm had almost turned into a bear's paw. Black blood was flowing out of the wound. The bird ignored him, so Zichun had no choice but to treat his wound first. First, he squeezed out some black blood, but it didn't help much. So, Zichun broke open the second egg and smeared the egg white on his wound. The cool feeling came again, and the pain after the swelling seemed to have lessened. Zichun's eyes lit up. This method could indeed detoxify the poison. When Zichun saw the bird disappear, he retreated to a place far enough away from it. Then, he applied the egg white over and over again on his wound. Once it was dry, he applied it again. After more than 10 times, when the egg white was almost used up, Zichun's arm finally returned to normal. The remaining egg yolk emitted a golden light and looked like a small fireball. Feeling a little hungry, Zichun swallowed the egg yolk in one bite. Since the conditions didn't allow it, he didn't heat it up. However, the egg yolk that entered his stomach was like a flame burning his body. After being busy for so long, Zichun finally felt tired and fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown period of time, Zichun woke up. The world was still the same as before. There was no day or night. Zichun glanced at his palm. The poison from before had been completely detoxified. Zichun stood up and stretched his muscles. His body seemed to have improved a little. The bird didn't come looking for trouble while he was asleep. Zichun was very glad. This also meant that the bird approved of him staying here. Now that the big bird still had an egg, Zichun decided to take a stroll outside and look for a second target, since he couldn't catch one even if he tried to harvest its wool. After leaving this space, Zichun walked forward. There was a space that he had his eyes on before. He directly walked in. After entering, Zichun began to look for the strange place. However, this place was very big. It would take time and some luck to find a hiding place. Therefore, Zichun deliberately made a big noise here. Soon, he saw a big bird appear. Zichun looked in the direction of the big bird and retreated. The big bird chased after him but didn't attack directly. It waited until Zichun completely left this space. After leaving, Zichun returned to the original space and stood at the entrance. He wanted to wait for the bird to come out and look for food. Then, he would go inside to look for food. During this time, he had to be careful of the insects. He didn't have the flame to protect him, and he didn't have any extra eggs. If he was bitten again, he might die. Not sure if the previous chase had consumed a lot of energy, but the big bird quickly came out. Zichun quietly crept up. Taking advantage of the short struggle between the bird and the insects, he flashed into the space. He went straight to the place where the eggs were hidden. Soon, he entered the space. There were only 2 eggs inside. Zichun didn't hesitate to take one. He didn't dare to eat it on the spot. Instead, he carried it and fled. Returning to the original space entrance, Zichun ate the eggs while looking for the other big birds, looking for the next target. Because he didn't have enough food, Zichun needed to prepare for the next meal early. But the next time, Zichun's luck wasn't so good. Not only was he chased out by the big bird, he was also attacked by the insects and suffered a lot. He didn't know if it was because his body had adapted to the previous poison or because of other reasons, but the situation this time was better than last time. Finally, when his stomach was rumbling with hunger, Zichun found a new egg. Next, he used the only wisdom and experience that he had brought with him and began to fight with the big birds. He was like a thief in the village, walking from one house to another. Everywhere he passed, there would be chickens flying and jumping in anger. Some of them were so angry that they even spat out fire to attack. Many times, Zichun could be seen running away with the fire snake. Time passed, and Zichun ate more and more eggs. His position was also constantly changing. During this time, his strength and speed had obvious changes. Compared to the first time he came here, he had improved by more than 1 level. Although he provoked a lot of anger during this time, the big birds didn't hold grudges. Zichun always left 1 or 2 eggs for them. He never killed them. after eating eggs for a long time. Although he felt that chicken was more delicious, it was just a thought. If the two sides really fought, it was uncertain who would eat who. On this day, Zichun chose another target. So when the other party was full and entered the space, Zichun also went in, but his speed was slightly slower. After entering the space, Zichun, who couldn't see the big bird, began to shout. The alarmed big bird ran out and began to chase Zichun. Come on, come on. Zichun was running at the front with a smug smile on his face. He was able to keep up with the big bird's speed, so when he started running ahead of time, the big bird would not be able to catch him. This was also why he had the idea of eating the chicken, because it was not difficult for him to eat eggs now. He ran with the big bird and came to the place where the big bird was hiding. There were 4 big eggs. Without hesitation, Zichun picked up one and smashed it with his fist. With just one punch, a crack appeared. He raised the white egg and ran while eating. The big bird behind him was angry and spat out flames from time to time, but it couldn't do anything to Zichun. After eating, Zichun ran out, and the big bird had to return. Zichun, who was hungry, would come in again. After repeating this 3 times, there was only 1 egg left. Zichun decided to find the next target. At this time, he felt something strange in his head, as if an eggshell had cracked. Then, Zichun's perception became clear. Zichun was not unfamiliar with this situation. It was the ability to sense things, just like soul power. However, it was still very unusual for it to appear in this world. In his perception, the big bird behind him was approaching, and at the same time, it spat out flames. Zichun's figure flashed and dodged quickly. The flames almost brushed past his body. Is this the soul power of this world? Zichun was stunned. During this time, the big bird's second attack came. Zichun dodged again, and this time, it was even easier. Soul power. It must be soul power. Zichun's eyes had a touch of joy. My strength is recovering. My strength did not disappear, but it was hidden. Now, it is being stimulated again. This was no doubt equivalent to seeing the light. After running out of that space, Zichun walked on the ground. His perception of his surroundings was very clear. He sensed the squirming of the ground and saw a worm about to jump out. As if he could predict the future, Zichun gently stretched out his hand and flicked the worm away. It should be soul power, but it hasn't materialized yet. At present, it can only be called perception. Zichun came to this conclusion. Next, when he continued to look for food, it was much easier because he could rely on his own perception to find where the eggs were hidden. The only regrettable thing was that all the big birds he saw had the power of fire. Therefore, Zichun's desire to eat chicken had never been realized. Zichun continued to move forward. He had been relying on eggs to survive. After an unknown number of days, Zichun finally saw a normal bird, or a normal chicken. It stood on a branch with its long red feathers hanging down. It was using its sharp beak to comb its feathers. Zichun's eyes lit up. He couldn't beat those big guys, and he couldn't eat them. How could he not eat this small one? He walked forward like a cat, trying not to make any noise. Chapter 46:23. Zichun stopped and stood there motionless, looking at the little bird. Compared to the other large birds, it was indeed a small bird, but for some reason, this small bird's eyes had obvious changes in emotion. This made Zichun have a bad feeling. Could it be that this was an even stronger one? The other party looked at Zichun, the mockery in its eyes gradually receding, replaced by endless indifference. Human, you can stop now. Zichun was shocked. Not to mention that demonic beasts could talk. Zichun wouldn't be surprised if they could take human form, but that was when he was in the saint spirit realm. This was a different world. Moreover, the other party had seen through his identity, so it obviously wouldn't mistake him for one of its kind. It was different from the other big birds. What do you mean by this? Zichun asked subconsciously. You can leave now. The little bird said indifferently, leave this place. Through this short conversation, the other party should have known his whereabouts and what he had done during this period. Zichun couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Fortunately, he didn't go too far and left 1 or 2 eggs for each of the big birds. Otherwise, he might be in danger. Zichun looked around. How do I leave? Go back the way you came, and you will leave this place. The other party's words were still cold, and there was even a hidden killing intent in its eyes. For some reason, it held back. Zichen nodded, thanked it for the directions, and then turned to leave. Originally, he was thinking about whether he should store some more eggs before leaving. After all, food was the most important thing. However, when he turned back and saw that the little bird was still there, Zichun completely dispelled this idea. For some reason, the other party had been holding back its killing intent. If he went overboard again, the other party might attack. At this moment, Zichun didn't doubt that the other party had the ability to kill him. As he walked back the way he came, many big birds came out to look for food. They only glanced at Zichun without any change in their emotions, as if they still regarded him as one of their kind. Maybe? Were they not hostile to him because they were instructed to? This thought suddenly appeared in Zichun's mind. Zichun, who had been moving in the opposite direction, finally left this place. Why are you helping him? The little bird never looked away. It kept looking at Zichun until he disappeared. It was still indignant. For him to appear here, it might be fate. A multicolored bird flew over and said in a gentle tone, "We should be more lenient towards people who are fated with us." Why does that sound weird? I don't blame you. Master said it back then. Even though Master hasn't returned for many years, I still remember his words clearly. Walking out of that special space, Zichun felt a little regretful that he hadn't been able to bring out any food. If the creatures outside were like those big birds, Zichun would not be able to survive unless he ate grass every day. This was a mountainous area. Zichun walked forward, and just as he was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him. If you encounter danger that you can't resolve, you can still come back. It was the voice from before. Zichun looked back, but he didn't see anyone. The voice came from that space. Zichun was a little surprised. The other party was very cold to him, and even had killing intent. Now, he actually said such words. He cupped his fists behind him as a return of gratitude. After that, Zichun walked away openly. There were many big birds in that space, and there was also that little bird. If there was really danger, he could come here to take refuge. This was undoubtedly a good thing for Zichun, so he deliberately looked around and tried his best to remember any place that could be used as a marker. After doing all this, Zichun still felt uneasy, so he left a man-made marker in this place. After doing this, he left with peace of mind. Along the way, Zichun sensed his surroundings and tried to find some unusual places, or places that were related to opportunities. Of course, first of all, he had to get food. This was the most important thing for survival. It's better to have some fruits. Although a bird will come out of my mouth, I can forget about meat. Zichun muttered in his heart. After seeing those big birds, the desire to eat meat in his heart lessened a lot, although he really wanted to eat. After all, he was no different from a mortal now. Without meat to sustain himself, he felt weak all over. Suddenly, Zichun's expression changed. In his perception, a rabbit appeared. Although it was much bigger than the rabbit he knew, Zichun still recognized it at a glance. This was meat. After sensing the existence of the other party, Zichun didn't feel excited. Instead, he was full of vigilance. The big birds from before could spit out flames. What ability did this rabbit have? Could it spit out frost? Zichun didn't dare to get close. Instead, he stood in the distance and waited. Maybe it had some special ability. The rabbit was eating grass. The grass was ordinary grass. During this time, it didn't encounter any natural enemies. Naturally, it didn't show any ability. Zichun hesitated. Compared to those big birds, this rabbit's body wasn't very large. It might not be a match for him in a fight. Moreover, there were no chickens around, and eggs were even harder to find. Under such circumstances, this rabbit should be his only food. After hesitating for a while, Zichun decided to make the first move. With the momentum of a thunderbolt, he attacked with all his strength. He stood there, his right leg slightly bent. His eyes were fixed in the direction of the rabbit. He began to adjust his breathing, looking for an opportunity to make his move. The rabbit was still eating grass, unaware of the approaching danger. At this time, its back was facing Zichun. Now was the time. Soil flew up. Zichun's figure disappeared from the spot. With a belated bang, Zichun was already beside the rabbit. The rabbit was shocked and subconsciously wanted to escape. At this moment, a strong hand fell and firmly grasped the rabbit's neck. At the same time, a fist whistled and landed on the rabbit's head. Bang, bang, bang. Unable to determine the strength of the opponent, Zichun landed 3 punches in a row. Like lightning, he saw the rabbit's head explode. Compared to holding an egg, the rabbit's head didn't seem so sturdy. The rabbit kicked its legs a few times and died. Zichun stood there in a daze. He couldn't believe that the rabbit died just like that. What about its ability? Fire or frost? However, Zichun quickly reacted and said excitedly, "That's right, that's right. That's normal. Everything that happened before was abnormal." After coming to this world, if everyone was to become an ordinary person, survival would be the biggest problem. But if everyone met a big bird, they wouldn't be able to survive. Not everyone had life-saving means. After all, there were only 2 thunder trees. Now Zichun understood that this was a normal place to live. The previous place was abnormal. Just like in the Kata realm, that place was abnormal. The world outside the Kata realm was normal. But he entered the Kata realm because of Qing Yi's master. What about this time? Zichun thought of the thunder tree. Could it be that the other party purposely tricked him? But it didn't seem possible. How much ability could the thunder tree have? How could it know about the things in this world? No matter how capable it was, could it extend its reach here? But no matter what the reason was, Zichun saw the sky after the clouds cleared. At least there was meat to eat. Zichun started to clean up. After that, he found some dried branches and started a fire to roast the meat. The aroma of the meat gradually spread. Even without other seasoning, compared to Zichun who had been eating eggs for more than 10 days, this rabbit was definitely a delicacy. Thinking about it, this is how others survive. It's really a good life. Zichun sighed. Suddenly, Zichun's expression changed slightly. In his perception, an inexplicable existence had appeared and was cautiously approaching. Its body was only a little bigger than a rabbit. It crept on the grass and walked silently. It was a civet cat. Zichun came to a conclusion in his heart, but he still pretended to roast the meat carelessly. The other party was still approaching. If he didn't have the power of perception, Zichun wouldn't have been able to discover its existence. When he was 10 meters away from Zichun, he stopped and then crawled on the ground, motionless. It didn't take the initiative to attack. Zichun was a little surprised. The other party was more vigilant than he thought. When the meat was done, Zichun was already craving it. He picked up the meat and blew it, then took a bite. The grease entered his mouth and down his throat. The long-lost greasy feeling came. Just then, Zichun felt a chill at his throat. That civet cat had launched a sneak attack. He smiled coldly. The light under his feet shifted. As if he could predict the future, he dodged the attack. Seeing that the civet cat's attack was about to miss, a light suddenly flowed out of the other party's body. The next moment, its body actually changed direction without any leverage. It was still going for Zichun's throat, and its speed was even faster. Zichun's expression changed. If it weren't for his perception, he wouldn't have been able to dodge this time. Ability. These 2 words appeared in Zichun's mind. It was the same ability as those big birds, but it wasn't fire. It should be speed. Zichun shifted his feet again. Then, he suddenly exerted force and punched down. Pong! His fist hit the civet cat's head. The powerful force directly smashed it into the ground. The civet cat screamed. After rolling a few times, it fled into the distance. Zichun's body swayed. He touched his neck. There was blood on his hand. Even with his perception, he was still injured. The previous rabbit made him careless. He thought there was almost no danger here. Now, he was vigilant again. Chapter 46:24. What appeared in Zichun's field of vision was the demon race. They were heading in the direction of Zichun. The moment they were about to meet, a strange look appeared in their eyes. Zichun looked at the demon race. Naturally, he didn't recognize any of them. Both sides paused for a moment. Zichun saw that the expressions of those people were changing, and their eyes gradually became unfriendly. Zichun's expression didn't change much. He took a bite of the rabbit meat and ate it just like that. This time, he was injured, and he needed food to survive. Seeing that the spirit race in front of them was so calm, the demon race with unfriendly eyes hesitated. At this moment, a shout rang out, "Zichun, save me!" Hearing this voice, everyone's expression changed, including Zichun's. He looked behind the crowd and saw a person being dragged forward by his hair. That person was Pei Wanyao, one of Zichun's few friends in the Holy Thunder Clan. He was a core disciple of the Holy Thunder Clan, but he wasn't a core disciple. Now, he was a prisoner. The matter of Luo Qi Shuai was handled by Pei Wanyao. He didn't expect to meet him here. The demon race's expression changed because of the name Zichun. They had never seen Zichun before, but after coming to the spiritual realm, they often heard this name. Even in the demon realm, they often heard people mention this person. Didn't they say that he didn't get a quota this time? How did he come here? Or was it that the spirit race behind him deliberately shouted, and it wasn't Zichun himself? Zichun took the rabbit meat and walked forward. Along the way, he stared at the demon race. What's the meaning of this? The demon race's expression became vigilant. The other party dared to walk over alone. With such courage, it should be that Zichun. After a few people glanced at each other, two demon race immediately walked out and approached Zichun with ill intentions. Zichun ate another mouthful of meat. As he chewed, he looked at the two approaching people. There was no light of power or surging aura. They looked like two ordinary people who were slightly stronger. The moment the two of them closed in, they immediately sped up. They clenched their fists at the same time and attacked from the left and right. In Zichun's perception, the speed of the two was not fast, and their strength was not great. Compared to the big bird, they were much worse. With the rabbit meat still in his hand, Zichun's figure flickered, easily dodging the two's attacks. In the next moment, Zichun punched out. Bang! Bang! The two of them were easily sent flying by Zichun. When they landed on the ground, blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes were filled with shock. Two people were defeated in one move. The countenances of those at the back all changed. Several more people stepped forward, but they didn't make a move against Zichun. Instead, they pulled the two fallen cultivators away. As for Pei Wanyao, he was still in their hands. "Are you Zichun?" The young demon looked at Zichun and said, "You do have some skills." Zichun looked at him. The young demon continued, "Remember my name, Emojentian. I will come for you." After saying that, the young demon retreated. As for Pei Wanyao, he was thrown over like a piece of merchandise. The retreat of the demons surprised Zichun. He was just testing the waters, and there were still many people around him. Why did they leave just like that? Moreover, the demons only captured Pei Wanyao and didn't kill him. This didn't seem to be in line with their usual style. "Are you okay?" Zichun looked at Pei Wanyao, who was getting up. "I'm fine. Why are you here? I couldn't believe it before. I checked several times before I was sure it was you, so I shouted loudly." Pei Wanyao asked, "How did you get in?" Zichun tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Pei Wanyao. "Eat something first." Pei Wanyao didn't stand on ceremony. He took the rabbit leg and began to wolf it down. Looking at the way he ate, he looked even worse than Zichun. Zichun glanced at the way Pei Wanyao ate. "Slow down. There's more here. There's an entire rabbit." The two shared the entire rabbit and ate heartily. Pei Wanyao burped. "I haven't eaten so much in a long time. Sure enough, I can only feel at ease when I'm with you. This meat is so satisfying. So satisfying. It can't be that bad, right? Bad? It's much worse than what you think. Many people who came here died. They didn't die in the hands of the enemy, but in the hands of cats and dogs." Pei Wanyao said disdainfully, "The demons are nothing here. Everyone is worried about survival. My brain must have been kicked by a donkey. Instead of living a good life, I had to use my connections to come here and suffer." Then, Pei Wanyao looked at Zichun. "Fortunately, I met you. I'm saved. Otherwise, I might have died. I've decided. No matter where you go, I'll follow you. Only by following you can I live a good life." "I don't think they have any intention of killing you," Zichun said. "That's because they want to use me to exchange for some food. But if Lei Wei doesn't agree to the exchange, I'll definitely be eaten by the demons." Pei Wanyao said excitedly, "Fortunately, the heavens didn't abandon me. I met you, Zichun." Zichen waited until Pei Wenyao's emotions gradually recovered and said, "Tell me about the situation of this world. What's going on here?" "When we came here, all of us lost our strength. At first, everyone panicked. Slowly, we recovered. After that, everyone tried to find ways to survive." Pei Wenyao talked about everyone's situation during this period of time. Everyone began to huddle together and formed one group after another. Among their groups, a person called Lei Wei was the leader. The reason why the demons didn't kill him was that they wanted to use him to exchange for food. Here, the biggest enemy was no longer the demons, but animals like cats and dogs. They were inconspicuous in the spiritual world, but in this different world, they were deadly. "Is everyone like this? Is there no other way?" Zichen asked. "What about the holy sages who came in? Have you met any of them?" "We haven't found any holy sages yet. But now, we can only survive. Only by living can we obtain more power." Pei Wenyao sighed helplessly. "People like me are the former. It's difficult to survive. I don't dare to hope for power." "What power?" Zichen's heart skipped a beat. This time, Pei Wenyao didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked back at Zichen with doubt in his eyes and asked, "You don't know?" Zichen said, "If I knew, do you think I would ask you?" Seeing that Zichen didn't seem to be joking, Pei Wenyao said, "It's said that after killing those cats and dogs, there will be some power crystals left in their bodies. As long as you refine those energy crystals, you can obtain the power of this world." Speaking of this, Pei Wenyao's expression suddenly became very serious. He said in a deep voice, "There's another saying. As long as you obtain the power of this world, when you go back, the power you possess will help you become a holy sages." Zichen thought of the civet cat from before. After the other party launched an attack, it suddenly displayed its power. That was why he suffered a loss. If he hadn't awakened the power of soul power, he might have been killed. Now, his wound had stopped bleeding, and there was only a scar. At the same time, Zichen also thought of those big birds. Each of them could display flames. Could it be that by casually killing one, he could obtain the power of fire and become a holy sages? "Let's go. I'll take you back." After eating and resting for a while, Pei Wenyao stood up and patted his butt. "Back where?" Zichen asked. "To Lei Wei's place. That guy is our temporary leader. We have 13 people now, but since you're here, you're naturally our new leader." Pei Wenyao smiled proudly. "Let's see who dares to stop me." Zichen shook his head. "I don't want to be a leader." Pei Wenyao turned around and said, "It's hard for you to survive in this strange world alone. Join the team. At least you can look after each other. Not to mention other things. At least there's someone to watch over you when you sleep, right? Let's go and have a look. It'll only be good for you. Surviving here is a problem, and traveling alone is even more dangerous." Zichen listened to Pei Wenyao's suggestion and walked towards the team. He didn't expect that the other's situation wasn't any better than his. However, Zichen didn't think that everyone was like Pei Wenyao. Pei Wenyao was obviously the kind of person who didn't have any survival experience. He was born with great power, but after becoming an ordinary person, he couldn't survive. If it was an ordinary person with survival experience, it would be much better. On the way back, Pei Wenyao talked about some things about the team. "I'm back. Look who I've brought." When they were still some distance away from the team, Pei Wenyao's voice sounding very proud. Some people walked out, and when they saw Zichen beside Pei Wenyao, their faces couldn't help but change. Then, there was a touch of joy on their faces. "It's Zichen. Lord Zichen." Lord Zichen also came to this strange world. Among the experts in the Saint Spirit world, it was almost impossible to find someone who didn't know Zichen. With Zichen around, their confidence was boosted by a lot. "Where's Lei Wei?" Pei Wenyao said proudly. "Zichen is here. He still hasn't come out to greet him?" Leader Lei Wei went out and hasn't returned yet. A member of the Thunder clan stepped forward and said. Pei Wenyao nodded and said, "When he comes back, tell him that Zichen is here. From now on, the leader will be Zichen." The members of the Thunder clan immediately nodded. No one had any objections. This was a matter of course. If Zichen wasn't qualified to be the leader, then who was? Suddenly, an indifferent voice sounded. What qualifications does Zichun have to be the leader of our Holy Thunder clan? Two people walked over. One of them was leader Lei Wei, and the other was someone Zichun didn't recognize. Chapter 46:25. Zichun looked at the newcomer. He was sure he didn't recognize him, nor had he ever had a direct confrontation with him. Yet, he was filled with hostility. Lei Wei stood next to the newcomer, looking a bit awkward, but he made no move to stop him. Hu Chong, it's you. Zichun didn't recognize the newcomer, but that didn't mean Pei Wenyao didn't either. You've got guts, he said angrily. Do you know who you're talking to? Zichun immediately understood. This newcomer was from the Holy Thunder Clan's Hu clan. He was one of the Holy Thunder Clan's enemies, and he had made the Hu clan suffer a lot in the past. It was normal for the other party to look at him with hostility. However, Zichun didn't have much of an impression of this Hu Chong. When did the Hu clan have such an existence? Hu Chong laughed mockingly. Of course I do. He's a traitor to the Holy Thunder clan. The others stood there awkwardly. They didn't have any objections to Zichun being the leader, but they didn't know where Lei Wei had found Hu Chong. Looking at the current situation, the conflict between the two was irreconcilable, even in a different world. Hu Chong looked at Zichun and said coldly, since a traitor like you was once a member of the Holy Thunder clan, I'll give you two choices. The first is to get the hell out of here. The second is to die. Are you sure? Zichun looked at him and narrowed his eyes, a boundless chill surging from them. What do you think? Hu Chong laughed mockingly, not the least bit afraid. He flicked his finger, and a ball of fire appeared on his fingertip, which began to revolve around his body. This was an ability. When the crowd saw this, their expressions changed. Even Pei Wenyao's expression changed. Zichun's eyes flashed with surprise. No wonder this guy was so daring. He'd awakened an ability. Hu Chong laughed proudly. Heh, I'm sorry, but I don't know how I awakened my soul power. I'll definitely become a holy sovereign in the future. His gaze swept over the crowd and finally landed on Zichun. He said proudly, now, do you understand my benevolence? Don't you know that there is always someone better than you? Based on the enmity between you and me, isn't it my magnanimity as the saint to ask you to leave now? The Lord? You think you're worthy? Zichun glanced at the small fireball and said sarcastically, if you could become a sacred sovereign with that, then the spirit realm would have been filled with sacred sovereigns. Hu Zhao's expression suddenly changed. His arrogance disappeared. So you're saying you've also awakened the power of fire? The expressions of the others also changed. That's right. Even Hu Zhao could awaken his power. How could the number one person, Zichun, not awaken his power? Many people laughed. It seemed that Hu Zhao had kicked an iron plate this time. He had brought this upon himself. However, this was also good. Compared to Hu Zhao, they were more assured of Zichun's character. No. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zichun gave a truthful answer. Hu Kuang was infuriated. Just now, he really had been a bit afraid. But now that he heard Zichun admit it, and it didn't seem like he was lying, he couldn't help but curse. Are you an idiot? You haven't awakened your power, yet you're not kneeling and begging for mercy. You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? I think you're looking for death. I originally wanted to see you run away in a sorry state, but since you're so eager to die, don't blame me for being impolite. The ball of fire that was originally hovering around Hu Qiao suddenly changed its direction and flew towards Zichun. Wherever the ball of fire passed, waves of air rolled and the surrounding temperature increased by quite a bit. Was this an ability? Almost everyone present was seeing an ability for the first time, and their hearts were filled with envy. With an ability like this, it would be much easier to live in this area. At the very least, it would be much easier to kill rabbits. Zichun had seen abilities before, but this was the first time he had seen a human using one. It seemed to be quite powerful, but compared to the big bird, it was not just a little bit weaker. Moreover, according to his perception, this power was too weak. He took a step forward and dodged the fireball before it reached him. The fireball landed on the ground and exploded with a bang. A large crater appeared on the ground, and the surrounding weeds were set ablaze. Let's see how many times you can dodge. Hu Zhao's voice was still cold. He pointed his finger, and another fireball appeared and went straight towards Zichun. Zichun continued to dodge. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs all missed. Pei Wenyao, who was originally extremely nervous, laughed at this moment. Hu Xiao, your aim is not good. Shut up. Can't you see I'm teasing the dog? Hu Xiao shouted angrily. The fireballs appeared faster, but Zichen's speed also increased a lot. All of the fireballs missed their target. How is this possible? The more Hu Xiao fought, the more shocked he became. How could that guy be so fast? The others also had strange expressions. They thought that after mastering the ability, they would have the means to protect themselves in this world, or even an absolute victory. However, the scene before them made them mutter. Could it be that Zichun had awakened his speed? As soon as this thought appeared, it was dispelled. Speed was also a kind of ability, but it was obviously not like this. I don't believe it. Hu Xiao shouted as if he had fallen into a frenzy. More than a dozen balls of flames appeared and whizzed towards Zichun. You, a member of the Thunder Clan, have awakened the power of fire. Instead of feeling ashamed, you are proud. I really feel ashamed for you. Zichun suddenly stopped, quietly looking at the dozen fireballs flying toward him. Where is your honor as a member of the Thunder Clan? As his voice fell, Zichun rushed forward, directly toward Hu Xiao. His body began to change directions, and in a very short time, he dodged all the fireballs. In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Hu Xiao. At this moment, Hu Xiao smiled coldly. I've been waiting for you. It turned out that his previous exasperation was just an act. The real killing move was here. An even bigger fireball appeared, whistling directly towards Zichun, who was close at hand. He had been waiting for a long time. Just as Hu Xiao was full of confidence, he saw Zichun suddenly disappear, as if he had teleported. Then, he felt his body fly out of control, and he flew into the distance. Bang! Hu Xiao's body fell heavily on a big tree. When he got up, he saw that Zichun was already standing in front of him, staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. You, what do you want to do? At this moment, there was finally a trace of fear in Hu Xiao's eyes. The others were shocked. From the beginning to the end, Zichun had not used any ability, but he had defeated Hu Xiao, who had an ability. What do you think? Zichun's eyes surged with endless killing intent. You can't kill me. All the members of the Holy Thunder Clan have formed an alliance. This time, I'm here to bring them to the alliance. Hu Xiao said in horror, if you kill me, it's equivalent to offending the entire alliance. I'm not even afraid of the Holy Thunder Clan. Why would I be afraid of your insignificant alliance? It's different. There are many powerhouses with awakened abilities in the alliance. If you kill me, they will come looking for you. Then all the more reason to kill you. This way, the alliance's strength will be weakened. Don't kill me, I beg you. This time, I'm here to bring them over. If you kill me, they won't be able to return to the alliance alive. Let me go. I'm here for everyone. Hu Xiao shouted in horror. Lei Wei, hurry up and tell me the details. Zichun turned around and looked at Lei Wei. Lei Wei stepped forward and cupped his fists. Yes, my lord. This time, we're here to meet up with the alliance. Who's the leader of the alliance? Zichun asked. Lei Wei hesitated for a moment and said, It's Lei Zhang Hongtian. Zichun nodded. It's that guy again. He looked at the others. Their expressions were a little nervous. Hu Xiao's words made them very excited. After joining the alliance, they would definitely be protected. Then, their chances of survival would be higher. Even Pei Wenyao was silent. Zichun said, How about I kill him and send you over personally? Lei Wei said with a difficult expression, If that's the case, we won't be welcomed. Moreover, this place is very dangerous. Even the demons have restrained their killing intent. So, I hope that my lord can be merciful. I hope that my lord can be merciful. The others cupped their fists and bowed. Zichun turned his head to look at Hu Xiao and said, So many people are pleading for you. It seems that your luck is not bad. But this is the only time. If we meet again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, Zichun turned and left. These people were going to find Lei Zhang Hongtian. Of course, Zichun would not follow them. Moreover, Hu Xiao's words were not unreasonable. He could no longer be considered a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. Zichun, wait for me. Pei Wanyao left with Zichun without hesitation. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Hu Xiao stood up and said coldly, Zichun, I will remember what happened today. We will meet again. I hope that the next time we meet, you will still be so lucky. Zichun looked at Pei Wanyao, who followed him, and asked in surprise, why don't you go to the Alliance? I don't trust them. Rather than follow those guys, I'd rather follow you. Pei Wanyao said with a smile, moreover, the two of us can take care of each other. At least when you're sleeping, I can help keep watch. Zichun chuckled and said, you're very considerate. What are you going to do next? Pei Wanyao asked. I'm going to find my friends first. Friends? Why? Can't I have friends? Zichun said with a smile, not only do I have friends, but I also have many friends. They're all good friends. Their talents are not inferior to mine. This time, they should all be here, so I'm going to find them first. As for opportunities and abilities, I'll think about it after I find them. Pei Wanyao was obviously skeptical. Zichun had always lived in the Holy Thunder Clan. His friends were also members of the Holy Thunder Clan. If he did not go to the Alliance, how could he have friends? Chapter 46:26. Pei Wanyao followed Zichun all the way and didn't have to worry about food or water. Most importantly, he didn't have to work. He was very happy. Besides being friends with Zichun, he was even more grateful for his choice. Pei Wanyao, who was washing rabbit meat by the river, suddenly asked, you really don't have any awakened abilities? This was a job he took on. Zichun was in charge of hunting, he was in charge of handling, and the final job was still Zichun's. It wasn't that Pei Wanyao didn't want to, but after roasting it twice, the meat turned black, so he gave up. You really don't have any awakened abilities? Pei Wanyao asked again when he was cutting open the rabbit's stomach. Zichun, who was sitting beside him, shook his head. Your speed and strength are extremely strong, far surpassing that of a normal person. How can you not have any awakened abilities? Pei Wanyao looked back at Zichun. I don't know. Everything in this world was unknown. Zichun didn't know the reason for what happened to him. How did you survive all this time? Pei Wanyao threw the organs he dug out into the river, splashing the water. Eating eggs, and raw ones at that. The pain is unimaginable. Zichun didn't want to think about what happened before. Eating eggs is painful? You know, we even ate grass when we were in trouble. Pei Wanyao said enviously, how many eggs did you eat? A lot. Then why didn't you eat chicken? Every chicken can spit fire. It's not certain who will eat who. Zichun explained the power and flames of the big birds in detail. Pei Wanyao was very surprised. No wonder. But you ate so many eggs. Didn't you awaken the power of fire? Zichun said, no. Maybe the increase in my power has something to do with those eggs. Pei Wanyao said excitedly, then what are you waiting for? Let's continue eating eggs until we awaken our abilities. Suddenly, Zichun's expression changed. He immediately pulled Pei Wanyao back. The river in front of them suddenly rolled, as if something was about to rush out. The two of them quickly retreated. A white cold current extended towards the shore. As the cold current passed, layers of frost formed on the ground. The surrounding flowers and plants were all frozen. Looking at the spreading ice, Pei Wanyao's expression changed greatly. A hint of panic appeared in his eyes as he clutched the rabbit meat in his hand tightly, refusing to let go. Go. Zichun, on the other hand, was much calmer. With a tap of his foot, a powerful repulsive force lifted the two of them off the ground, and they quickly retreated. When he landed again, he was already several feet away. The frozen air extended 100 feet from the shore and stopped moving forward. Zichun looked at the surface of the water. A black shadow seemed to have appeared there. It hovered around for a moment before disappearing. As the black shadow disappeared, the surrounding frost disappeared as well. That was close. What kind of monster was that? Pei Wanyao's face was filled with fear. If Zichun had not reacted in time, he would have been in danger. It should be a type of water monster. We need to be more careful in the future. Zichun retreated a little more before starting a fire to roast the meat. Just a moment ago, Pei Wanyao was clutching the rabbit tightly. It seemed that he already knew the importance of food. As the fragrance of the meat wafted out, Zichun felt that something strange had appeared on the surface of the river. The existence that had left earlier had returned. However, Zichun did not care. It was obviously a creature of the water and could not come here. Perhaps 100 feet of ice was the limit of its distance from the surface of the river. There won't be any danger, right? Pei Wenyao also noticed the rolling waves and asked worriedly, "It's okay. We'll leave after eating." Seeing that Zichun was so relaxed, Pei Wenyao also relaxed. He stepped forward and said, "Your barbecue skills are really superb." Zichun smiled faintly. "It's a pity that I'm missing some condiments. Otherwise, the taste would be even better. Let's continue moving forward. Maybe we can find something that can be used as condiments." After eating, Zichun grabbed a rock beside him and smashed it with his fist. With a bang, the rock shattered. Zichun felt a little regretful. Pei Wenyao asked, "Is this your daily practice?" He had seen it more than once. "There are no weapons here. We have to find something to defend ourselves. It's a pity that these rocks are not as hard as my fist." Zichun said, "If we can find some beast bones, we should be able to use them as weapons. If there are beast bones, we will have the ability." Pei Wenyao said, "That guy Hu Shao is really lucky. He actually awakened an ability. We don't need that kind of ability." Zichun said disdainfully, as a member of the Thunder clan. "What's the use of awakening an ability like that? He can always become a sacred master, right?" Pei Wenyao said, "Once he becomes a sacred master, who will dare to provoke him? There are also strong and weak sacred masters. Take the sacred masters of the Spirit clan, for example. Compared to the ancient sacred masters, they are still much weaker. How many ancient sacred masters are there? It's very difficult to become a sacred master now. Who cares about other things?" Pei Wenyao glanced at Zichun. "Only someone like you can beat up those with abilities without any ability. That's why you don't care about those abilities." "I've been wondering about a problem before. How did the ancient sacred masters come about? This time, I might have guessed a little after coming to this world." Pei Wenyao's expression changed and asked, "How did they come about?" "They came from this strange world." Pei Wenyao did not know about the ancient sacred masters, but Zichun knew about them. Chung Ho and the others were not unfamiliar with this strange world. It was obvious that they had been here before. During the Age of Chaos, many sacred masters had died. How did those sacred masters advance? Zichun guessed that they had obtained an opportunity in this strange world. Just as the rumors said, after obtaining an ability, one could become a sacred master. However, to be able to become a sacred master so easily, it should not be an ancient sacred master, but an ordinary sacred master. The true ancient sacred masters, such as Chung Ho and the others, were extremely powerful existences. They might have relied on their own strength to awaken their abilities. Only under such circumstances would they be able to produce the strongest power that matched them. As someone who had come from a weak background, Zichun had a deep understanding of this. On the path of cultivation, only the power that was cultivated by oneself was the most suitable for oneself. It was also the strongest power. If it was forcefully given by others, there would be a limit. After Zichun voiced his guess, Pei Wenyao's expression couldn't help but turn ugly. When will he be able to awaken his power naturally? Perhaps before the power awakens, they will have already died. Of course, this was also a possibility. It finally moved. The corner of Zichun's mouth suddenly curled into a sneer. He saw a black light rapidly approaching, like a bolt of lightning, heading straight for Zichun. It was a hyena that had been quietly hiding for a quarter of an hour. Although its concealment method was extremely brilliant, it still could not escape Zichun's perception. The moment the hyena approached, a cold light appeared, and its claws changed, becoming like blades. At this moment, Zichun, who had long been prepared, disappeared and appeared beside the hyena. He held a sharp stone in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it toward the hyena's head. Puff! The tip of the stone sank directly into the hyena's head. Killed in one blow. Power! This is power. We have the power. Chapter 46:27. Pei Wenyao was very excited because this was the first time he was so close to an ability. Hyena, also known as the sharp blade dog, had the ability of cutting. Pei Wenyao had only heard of it, but had never seen it, because with his current strength, he would only die if he saw it. But today, he saw a sharp blade dog being killed with his own eyes. Zichun was really powerful. Even if he didn't have an ability, he could still kill with one blow. Zichun loosened his palm. The stone in his palm had been shattered, and some of his own blood appeared on his palm. It seemed that without a suitable weapon, he really couldn't do it. Fortunately, the hyena was dead. Where is the ability you mentioned? Zichun asked. I'll do it. I'll do it. You don't have to worry. Pei Wenyao stepped forward excitedly. He had a small bone knife in his hand. Previously, he used it to cut open the rabbit's intestines. This time, it was the sharp blade dog's turn. Zichun watched Pei Wenyao cut open the hyena's stomach, then fumbled in its stomach and found a bead. It was a shining crystal, shining with dazzling light. After Pei Wenyao took it out, he shouted excitedly, "It's it! It's it! The ability bead!" Zichun also looked at the crystal. He could feel the powerful power contained in it. This should be the manifestation of the world's rules. The hyena could have such power because of its existence. It was the core of power, like the abdomen of the spirit race. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and refine it. Pei Wenyao handed the crystal forward. Zichun shook his head. He still insisted on his idea. This is an opportunity to awaken power. Why miss it? Pei Wenyao said, with power, do you know what will happen? If you want it, you can refine it, Zichun said indifferently. Obviously, he didn't care. You think I don't want it? If it weren't for the fact that I can't beat you, I would have thought of a sneak attack to kill you. But this power is much more useful in you than in me. Zichun didn't have any power at the moment, but he first defeated Hu Xiao and now killed the sharp blade dog with one blow. He didn't have power. What if he had power? Wouldn't that make him even stronger? Looking at Zichun, who rejected him again, Pei Wenyao said, I agree with what you said, but don't you think you're too naive? Who could live on and wait for their powers to awaken naturally? Moreover, how long would it take to awaken his power? 1 year, 10 years, or 100 years? Since there is such a crystal in this world, there must be a reason for its existence. You don't remember that sentence? Is existence reasonable? Pei Wenyao took a deep breath and said, even if you don't want power, you should understand what is going on, right? It is the closest thing to the rules. Through it, you may be able to gain a deeper understanding of the rules of this world. Zichun was a little tempted. If he didn't try, he would never know what the rules of this world were. The giant bird from before had an egg. Zichun had only gained the ability to perceive things after eating the egg. This crystal was obviously closer to the rules than the egg. Why not give it a try? All right. Zichun took the crystal. He first looked at it carefully. In his perception, the powerful power in it was not difficult to extract, and it didn't seem to be violent and hostile. It was very docile. With a thought, a power appeared on its own and entered Zichun's body. After this power entered his body, it gathered in his palm. Pei Wenyao smiled and began to process the meat of the sharp knife dog. Previously, he was just talking nonsense. He meant to make Zichun stronger. Only when Zichun was strong could he have meat to eat every day and live happily. Moreover, as long as he kept following the powerful Zichun, it would not be difficult for him to gain power in the future. Therefore, for now, he didn't need both of them to be strong enough. He needed one of them to be strong enough. This time, he didn't dare to throw the internal organs of the sharp knife dog into the river. He was worried that the terrifying existence would appear. Zichun sat there cross-legged to refine. About an hour later, Zichun opened his eyes. Pei Wenyao immediately asked, How is it? Zichun clenched his fist and said, The power has become stronger. Once it's completely refined, I should be able to gain power. That's great. Hurry up and refine it. Try to gain power as soon as possible. Don't you lack a weapon now? The ability of the sharp knife dog can be used as a weapon. Zichun nodded and said, It will take about 3 days to finish refining. Pei Wenyao pointed to the meat of the sharp knife dog and said, 3 days. Don't worry, we have food to eat. Zichun didn't know that when Lady first came here, he also hunted a sharp knife dog. From refining to gaining power, it only took him a few breaths. and it took him a few more breaths to understand the rules of this world and transform the ability of the sharp knife dog into his own power. 3 days later, Zichun completely refined the crystal. Under the excited gaze of Pei Wanyao, he used this ability. His nails immediately grew long and were as tough as a blade, shining with a cold light. It passed through the big tree next to him and pierced through it in an instant. Amazing! It really is the power of the sharp knife dog. Pei Wenyao's eyes lit up. Zichun also said with some surprise, "This power is really good, but unfortunately, this is not the power I want." At this moment, in Zichun's mind, an idea appeared. This idea was called transformation. He didn't know where it came from, but it really existed. The next moment, Zichun silently said transformation. The blade-like nails immediately disappeared, and the powerful force that was originally converging on his arm dispersed and entered Zichun's limbs and bones. "Hey, what do you mean by this?" Pei Wenyao was anxious. He could clearly see that Zichun's ability was gone. Zichun stood quietly and said after a while, "This crystal can not only evolve into ability, but also transform into my own power. It just needs to consume a part of it, about half of it. If it is transformed into power, it will only be half of the ability, so the consumption is still very large." But Zichun clearly felt the changes in his body. His physical body became stronger again. His eyes looked forward, and light flashed in his eyes. "I know what to do next." He saw a bright path that could directly lead to the ancient holy sage. Pei Wanyao kept the bones of the sharp knife dog, ground them into weapons, and gave Zichun the largest leg bone. Then, the two continued to move forward. For days later, the two met the devil race. It was a devil race woman who was washing vegetables by the river. After hearing the movement, she turned around and saw Zichun and Pei Wanyao. She stood up and looked at the two vigilantly. "It's the devil race." Pei Wanyao's face changed slightly and said, "Maybe there are devils stationed here." "Ian, are the vegetables done?" Chapter 46:28. Mo Zhan was very famous in the spirit race. He was the first person who dared to attack a large force and successfully took down their base. His intelligence and schemes were recognized as powerful. Pei Wanyao did not expect to meet him here. Moreover, that woman from the devil race should be his wife. He glanced at Zichun. This was a rare opportunity. If he could kill the two of them here, it would be a great blessing for the entire spirit race. Mo Yin began to retreat, looking at Zichun with incomparable vigilance. Of course she knew Zichun. He was the great enemy of the devil race. Mo Yin walked forward and quickly came to Mo Yan's side, protecting her behind him. "I didn't expect you to come in." Mo Yin looked at Zichun and said, "You successfully deceived everyone." Zichun said indifferently, "I didn't expect to see you here either." "Why, are there only two of you?" "Take a guess?" Mo Yin also smiled faintly, not afraid. Zichun walked towards the stream. He glanced at the vegetables that were still dripping with water. "The portion isn't much. It should be enough for two people. To be able to meet a husband and wife here, it seems like it's fate." Mo Yan's mood changed. Mo Zhan's expression remained unchanged. Zichun sat by the stream and looked at the gurgling water. "Everyone is moving for the opportunity. The two of you are living a carefree life." Mo Yin was very nervous. She knew how powerful Zichun was. It should be very easy for him to kill the two of them. Moreover, Zichun was not alone. Previously, she did not pay attention to Pei Wanyao. However, after careful observation, she realized that he was actually carrying a bone blade. Such a huge bone blade. It was obvious that he had hunted an extraordinary existence. "I heard that you married a good woman, which was why you changed from Lu Zhan to Mo Zhan. Is it her?" Zichun looked at Mo Yin. She was indeed a rare beauty. "It's not like that. He obtained it with his own ability." Mo Yin said, "You're about to die, yet you're still thinking about this." Zichun looked at Mo and said, "It seems that your union is not entirely for benefits. At least, she isn't. You're quite lucky." "My luck has always been good," said Mo with a trembling voice. "It was like that in the past, and it is like that now." "You sure are confident." Zichun sighed. "How do you think I'll kill you?" Mo Yan's face paled. Clearly, There was no room for negotiation. They had to fight to the death. Emoi said calmly, I don't believe that you've awakened your abilities. That's why you can't scare me. Zichen said, I can kill you without using my ability. Emoi said with a trembling voice, perhaps, but not today. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps came from the forest. Pei Wenyao immediately turned around and saw demons appear one after another. His expression immediately changed. There were more than a dozen demons here. He winked at Zichun, implying that it was time for them to run. Zichun continued to sit there without moving. As the demons began to approach, their gazes became cold and indifferent. Pei Wenyao realized that they were familiar faces, and his expression became even more unsightly. They were the existences who had captured him before. Was he going to be treated as food again this time? When they were 10 feet away, the demons stopped and no longer tried to move forward. Pei Wenyao had already retreated to Zichen's side. Zichun was still sitting there. Emoi Yin walked forward and sat not far away from Zichun. He also pulled Emoi Yin to sit down. He said, Let me introduce my wife, Emoi Yin. At this moment, he was full of confidence. Zichen nodded at Emoi Yin. Hello, I'm Zichun. Nice to meet you. Emoi Yin also nodded. Now that someone from the same race had arrived, she was no longer afraid. Moreover, looking at Zichen up close, he seemed to be different from the rumor of a fiend. His smile was very gentle, and there was no trace of hostility. However, Emoi Yin, who was used to seeing life and death, knew that this smile could turn into the smile of a demon at any time. This place is not bad. No wonder the two of you are willing to stay here. Zichen looked at the stream again, quietly listening to the sound of the water. After the demons arrived, they fell silent. They were like wooden puppets. No disputes, no scheming. This kind of life is actually quite good, Emoi Yin said regretfully. I just don't know if there will be another chance like this next time. Chance? What chance? This kind of leisurely two-person world? Or a chance to sit with Zichun? Yes. Zichun stood up and sighed. This kind of opportunity is rare, so I really envy the two of you for having such leisure time. Emoi Yin said, You're leaving? Not going to sit for a while? Zichun shook his head. Forget it. I suddenly realized that the environment here is not beautiful. Then do you think you can leave? Who knows? Zichun turned around and looked at the demons in front of him. Come out, all of you. What's the point of hiding? Hiding? We're going to kill you. A cold voice sounded. Immediately, someone walked forward. It seems that all of you are here. Among the crowd, there was Mod and Emoi Yinzhua. However, at this moment, the two of them were standing on the left and right. In between them stood the demon from last time. Emoi Zhengtian. The crowd parted. Emoi Zhengtian looked at Zichun. We meet again. Emoi Yin and Emoi Yin had also stood up. At this moment, the two of them were standing behind Zichun. He was surrounded. I didn't expect to meet so soon. Zichun smiled. It seems that we are quite fated. You're about to die, yet you still talk so much nonsense. Mod said coldly. Zichun glanced at Pei Wenyao. The other party immediately understood and handed the bone knife to him. Zichun held the bone knife in his hand. His expression was calm. Work together? Emoi Zhengtian asked. Zichun shook his head. Emoi Zhengtian was a little surprised. You refused without even listening? Spirits and demons are irreconcilable. Zichun said indifferently. So, we can't work together. Emoi Zhengtian said regretfully. That's a pity. I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. If I, Zichun, want to leave, no one can stop me. With that, Zichun walked straight ahead. His target was Emoi Zhengtian. He held the bone knife tightly in his hand. His expression was still calm. When Pei Wenyao saw this, he immediately followed. However, he was very nervous. The surroundings were quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of falling leaves could be heard. The atmosphere was oppressive and tense. A battle could break out at any moment. As Zichun approached, the corners of Emoi Zhengtian's eyes twitched. His gaze gradually turned cold. Zichun's expression was still calm. However, his grip on the bone knife tightened. The others stared coldly at Zichun. The two of them brushed past each other. Nothing happened. Mod and Mo Yin were a little unwilling. However, they did not dare to stop Zichen. They allowed him to continue forward. Chapter 46:29. Mo Zhengtian stood there motionlessly until Zichen left the encirclement. Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Zichen stopped. With his back to the crowd, he repeated, Consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, you won't be so lucky. After a slight pause, Zichen continued, However, I still have to congratulate you for finding love. The former was directed at Zichen. Zichen's words were directed at Moe. Pei Wenyao carefully stood behind Zichen. Although it was only a few feet, his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Perhaps. Thank you. Facing Zichen's provocation, Moe said indifferently, However, I still hope that you won't meet me again. You'll die then. Then we'll wait and see. Zichen left. Pei Wenyao quickly followed. After Zichen was far away, Mod asked, My lord, why didn't you kill him? The bone knife in Zichen's hand came from Feng Dao Dog. Being able to kill Feng Dao Dog is enough to prove that Zichen has obtained an ability. The one who spoke was Moe. Under such circumstances, if we fight, Zichen might die. However, our losses will also be great. We might even be wiped out. Mo Zhengtian's lips curled into a smile. I've long heard that Moe has an extraordinary mind and is good at scheming. Seeing you today, you're indeed interesting. Moe cupped her fists and bowed to Mo Zhengtian. Mo Yin did the same. You know Zichen very well? Mo Zhengtian asked. We've been enemies for many years. I can't say that I know him, but I know a little, Mo Yin said. You're modest. Mo Zhengtian said. You haven't awakened an ability yet, right? Mo Yin shook her head. You don't have an ability, but you dare to joke around with Zichen. Your courage is not bad. Are you willing to follow me from now on? Mo Yin obeys. I want to deal with Zichen. Do you have any ideas? Dog eat dog. Mo Zhengtian was confused. What do you mean? Moe said with a trembling voice. Zichen is unwilling to cooperate with us, but there are many people who are willing to cooperate with us. The Leizheng family's Leizheng Hongtian has already established a faction. As long as we get in touch with him, we can form an alliance. Then we can borrow his hand to kill Zichen. Leizheng Hongtian. That's quite the name. I wonder if he is capable enough, Mo Zhengtian said. The fact that there were two similar characters in their names caused his emotions to fluctuate a little. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. Moreover, in this place, not only does one have to rely on talent, but also some good luck. It won't do if you don't have the ability. I'll help you get the ability in the next few days. Only with the ability can we have a bargaining chip to survive and negotiate. That's good too. Moe nodded, then hesitation appeared on her face. If you have something to say, just say it. You don't have to hold back in front of me. Mo Zhengtian was in a good mood. In this place, he indeed needed a subordinate like Moe Yin, and she was very tactful. Recently, I've heard some rumors about the ability. I feel that the rumors aren't very appropriate. However, this is an absolute secret, and very few people know about it. What do you think of the various abilities in this place? Mo Yin asked with a trembling voice. Mo Zhengtian smiled and said, If you're thirsty, there are two ways to drink water. The first is to drink water from the cup. The second is to dig a well to drink water. If it were you, which one would you choose? Moe Yin sank into deep thought. Mod and Mo Yin Danswa were confused. Weren't they talking about abilities? Why were they talking about water? Did they have to dig a well? There was water by the river. Couldn't they just drink it? Soon, Mo Yin nodded, indicating that she understood. Mo Zhengtian asked, What's your choice? Moe Yin said, Drink the water from the cup first, then dig a well. This way, I can guarantee that I won't die of thirst before I dig a well. That's right, but it's not absolute, because there might not be a water vein underground. Even if you dig for a lifetime, you might not succeed. This meant that some people's talent was limited. No matter how hard they worked, they wouldn't be able to awaken an ability. It was too scary. I almost couldn't walk out. After leaving that place for a long time, Pei Wenyao said with lingering fear, They won't dare to make a move in a short period of time. Zichen said confidently. They cherish their lives even more than we do. However, that might not be the case in the future. Therefore, we have to work harder during this period of time. The meat of the sharp blade dog had been eaten. Life had to continue, and food had to be prepared. Zichun walked in the forest, looking for a target. Not long after, he found another sharp blade dog. This time, without waiting for the other party to launch a sneak attack, he took the initiative to attack. After easily finishing the battle, Zichun obtained another crystal. The crystal was taken out by Pei Wanyao, but he still didn't use it. Instead, he gave it to Zichun. After knowing the ability of the crystal, Zichun directly refined the power of the crystal. Then, he found an interesting thing. Directly refining the crystal, without the need for any abilities, would allow him to obtain more power. Not only were there sharp blade dogs here, but there was also a kind of speed shadow cat, which was the raccoon cat that had attacked Zichun. They were good at speed. Sneak attacks and assassination methods were more powerful than the sharp blade dogs. Zichun's ability hadn't appeared yet, but his strength had increased a lot. It should be in this direction. A woman in white walked in the forest. She was beautiful, like a fairy who had walked out of a painting. She was Su Mingyao, from a mysterious force. She looked weak, but after coming to this strange world, she hadn't encountered a single sneak attack. She didn't walk in a straight line, but changed directions. If one had a high-altitude view at this moment, they would discover that wherever she passed, all the places that might have been dangerous were easily avoided by her. In the direction she was heading, there was also a woman coming towards her. The woman was holding a willow-like branch in her hand, looking proud and upright. She didn't have Su Mingyao's ability to sense danger in advance, so similar sneak attacks would appear on her path. However, the moment the danger appeared, the branch in her hand immediately straightened like a sword. A sharp sword in tint appeared around her, forming a ray of light on the surface of the branch. It made the branch extremely sturdy, like a real divine weapon. This was an ability, the ability of a sword. The sneak attack of the speed shadow cat was pierced through the brain and killed in one blow. The woman used a skillful technique to decompose the speed shadow cat, and the crystal she obtained was refined by herself. She was Wang Xian'er. She came from the sword realm. She was one of the few people in this strange world who had awakened an ability. Even if she was just holding a branch, it was like a divine weapon. Wang Xian'er, who was walking forward, suddenly stopped, because there was a woman in white in front of her. A look of disbelief appeared on her similarly beautiful face. Big sister? Chapter 46:30. If you need an ability, you can refine it now. From the looks of it, my ability shouldn't be able to awaken for the time being. Zichun looked at the ability crystal that Pei Wenyao dug out and said. This time, Pei Wenyao hesitated. Zichun had refined as many as 10 crystals, but the ability that Zichun wanted still hadn't appeared. If these 10 crystals were given to someone else, they might be able to create 10 powerhouses with abilities. However, this didn't hinder Zichun's strength. Compared to when Pei Wenyao first met Zichun, he was much stronger. Refine it. There doesn't seem to be any power stronger than the sharp blade dog here, Zichun said again. Pei Wenyao nodded and said, Thank you. When he was refining, he needed someone to protect him. Zichun sat down to roast the meat, and Pei Wenyao began to refine the crystal. He had always been thirsty for power, but along the way, he had always been the one to let Zichun refine it. This time, it was finally his turn. The last bit of the crystal's power disappeared, and Moe opened her eyes with a hint of joy. How is it? Mo Jingtian looked at her. Moe nodded. I've already grasped the abilities of the sharp blade dog and the speed shadow cat. My combat power has obviously increased greatly. Mo Jingtian nodded. To be able to awaken 2 abilities, your talent isn't any weaker than mine. Very good. What do you plan to do next? It's been a long time. I think Zichun has already obtained his ability. Who knows, he might be even stronger now. So, we can't wait any longer. A cold light flashed in Mo Yi's eyes. Mod and Mo Yin Dan's was eyes lit up. Mod asked, So, you plan to make a move on Zichun? The two of them seemed to be extremely obsessed with killing Zichun. Imo Zhengtian's expression also changed. With Imo Yi following him, he could save a lot of trouble. Although in some aspects, Imo Yi's actions were still a little immature. However, it was easier to control with a weakness. Imo Yi said, "No, we'll unite everyone first, then we'll carry out a crusade against Zichun. Isn't it Lei Zhang Hongtian?" Devil Yin Danzhua asked doubtfully, "Is there someone else?" Lei Zhang Hongtian is only one of them. I want to unite everyone who has a grudge against Zichun and form a huge force. Killing Zichun is only one of the reasons. I suspect that there is an even greater secret in this world. Next, we will work together to uncover this secret. Then, Imo Yi cupped her fists at Imo Zhengtian. "What is the meaning of this?" Imo Zhengtian asked. "I hope that you can use your connections to recruit more people. We can use the excuse of working together to kill Zichun. That way, we will have more and more people. Perhaps it will be of great help to uncover more secrets in the future," Imo Yi said respectfully. "What do you mean?" Imo Zhengtian's expression changed. Imo Yi said with a trembling voice, "If we can find the entrance to this world, then it would be a great opportunity for our supreme demon clan." This time, everyone was moved. Imo Yi really dared to think. If this place could really be entered and exited at will, then they would be able to create an unlimited number of Saint Sovereigns. How amazing would that be? Just this thought alone was enough to excite him. My friends probably aren't interested in killing Zichun, but they are interested in finding the entrance. I will try. As for the Spirit Clan, I will go there personally. Will you go alone? Me, Imo D, and Imo Yin Danzhua will go. Imo Yi bowed again. I hope that you can protect my wife during this time. Imo D and Imo Yin Danzhua were very excited. Imo Yi was willing to bring the two of them. This was giving the two of them credit for nothing. After all, if Imo Yi only brought Imo Yin, then the credit would go to the two of them. This was equivalent to giving her credit to the two of them. Sure, I think highly of you. Imo Zhengtian patted Imo Yi's shoulder with satisfaction. Imo Yin looked at Imo Yi worriedly. Don't worry, we will be back soon. The next time we meet, it will be Zichun's death. Imo Yi's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. I will not allow anyone to be a threat to you. Imo Yin was very moved. She knew that she had not misjudged Imo Yi. Imo Zhengtian was very surprised. He knew that he had found Imo Yi's weakness. The three of them bid farewell and headed in the direction of Lei Zhang Hongtian's group. Although the various factions had not come into contact with each other, they had deliberately investigated each other's information. Therefore, Imo Yi knew very well where Lei Zhang Hongtian's people were. Pei Wenyao stretched out his right hand. Light flowed and his fingernails extended, only a few inches long. He felt the sharpness of his fingernails and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Comparisons are odious. You only used 3 days, but I used a full 10 days to refine, and the effect is far inferior to yours. Too much energy was lost during the refinement process. Zichun handed over a piece of barbecued meat. There's no rush, take your time. In any case, there are many sharp blade dogs here. You just need to refine a few more. Pei Wenyao took the barbecued meat and chuckled. I suddenly feel that I have a lot of face. You, the #1 person in the spirit realm, personally protected me and even barbecued meat for me. You're just like a servant. How high do you think my face is? Zichun smiled and said, you should hurry up and enjoy life before you die. I reckon that your good days are coming to an end. What do you mean? Pei Wenyao was confused. Zichun took out another crystal and threw it over. Based on my understanding of Imo Yi, he will soon find a way to kill me. Moreover, he won't be small. Speaking of Imo Yi, Pei Wenyao grumbled, you shouldn't have been so soft last time. You should have just gone up and killed him. That would have been the end of it. This time, you have the ability. Refine as you go. Zichun still had a smile on his face and did not reply. You can still laugh like this? Pei Wenyao said. How big is your heart? Did you forget that I told you before that I was looking for some friends? Zichun said, even now, I still don't have any leads. With Imo Yi's help, I believe that we will meet very soon. So what? Pei Wenyao said. Won't they only implicate them if they come over? Didn't you just say that you would let me leave after encountering danger? The smile on Zichun's face did not fade. They won't. Why? Pei Wenyao did not understand. Because they are stronger than me, so they are not afraid of being implicated. Zichen's smile suddenly became happy. Furthermore, even if I implicate them, I will not have any psychological burden and will feel at ease. Zichen kept saying that those friends of his were very strong, which made Pei Wenyao even more curious. Mo Yizhan came to Lei Zheng Hongtian's group. The number of people in this group had already exceeded 100, and it was still growing, with the intention of gathering everyone from the Holy Thunder clan. Brother Hongtian, long time no see. Chapter 46:31. Why are you here? Lei Zheng Hongtian looked at Mo Yizhan in front of him with an ugly expression, even if the other party gave him a warm hug. The Holy Thunder clan, Lei Zheng family, and Lei Zheng Hongtian's reputation were all trampled on by this guy. Now, he still has the face to come here? Is he looking for death? The other ability users around them came forward and looked coldly at Mo Yizhan and the other two. Mo Yizhan smiled and said, Brother Hongtian, shouldn't you be happy to have friends coming from afar? You and I are on different sides, but we are still friends. Lei Zheng Hongtian's voice was cold. Wrong. Our positions are extremely similar. Mo Yizhan said with a smile. Especially in this place, it's even more so. What do you want? Lei Zheng Hongtian looked at Mo Yizhan with vigilance. Let's have a private talk. I think you will agree. Oh. The two walked away, while the others remained in their original positions. Mod and Mo Yandan's looked at those people with provocative eyes. After the last battle, they despised the Holy Thunder clan to the extreme. This time, I'm here to talk about cooperation with you. What cooperation? You should already know that Zichen came to this world, right? Mo Yizhan's eyes flashed with coldness. This time, I'm here to talk about cooperation to kill Zichen. Lei Zheng Hongtian naturally knew about this matter. When he heard the news, he was very surprised and regretful. If he could send a message back now, then the old ancestor would definitely destroy Zichen's world. Unfortunately, there was no communication channel at all. Everything in the past could not be used here, and it was even forbidden. All kinds of thoughts appeared in Lei Zheng Hongtian's mind, but he said, Do you think I will agree? Zichen is a member of the Holy Thunder clan. Whether he is a member of the Holy Thunder clan or not, Brother Hongtian knows best. Why are you deceiving yourself? Mo Yizhan said, Moreover, you treat him as one of your own, but has he ever treated you as one of his own? There's only the two of us here. Even if you act, no one will watch. Lei Zheng Hongtian hesitated for a moment before asking, How do we cooperate? Indeed, there was no need to put on an act. Who in the world didn't know that Zichen and Lei Zheng family didn't get along? Last time, Lei Zheng Hongtian had lost face. Although Mo Yizhan had the greatest responsibility, wasn't it also because of Zichen's unwillingness to cooperate? If Zichen had cooperated, would he have lost face? This time, I want to discuss something with you. How about we play it big? Mo Yi's trembling smile was somewhat mysterious. Lei Zheng Hongtian curiously asked, What's big? Gather all the forces you can hear. While we kill Zichen, we'll train our team and try to uncover this world's greatest secret. Mo Yi patted Lei Zheng Hongtian's shoulder and said with a smile, Even a heavenly sovereign wants to come here. Do you think there are only some random people here? There's a great secret here that we need to uncover. But before that, we need to work together to kill Zichen and gather everyone's focus and confidence. Lei Zheng Hongtian was tempted. He also longed for the secret of this world. Then, the two talked and laughed, like brothers who hadn't seen each other for a long time. Okay, I'll go find some people. Lei Zheng Hongtian agreed. Over the years, Zichen had offended many people, not only the Holy Thunder clan but also many other forces. It wasn't difficult to find a group of like-minded friends who could join forces to kill Zichen. Zichen, bad news, bad news. I just heard that the demon race has started to deal with you. Pei Wenyao ran over. Zichen, who was refining the crystal, opened his eyes. Only the demon race? Zichen's expression was still calm. There's also Lei Zheng Hongtian. I heard that Lei Zheng Hongtian has been looking for people to form an alliance. I don't know if it has anything to do with this matter. Ever since he obtained his ability, Pei Wenyao began to wander around and inquire about Zichen in advance. Zichen nodded, indicating that he understood. Why aren't you worried? We have to think of a way now. If they really join forces, it might be 1,000 people. How are we going to deal with it? Pei Wenyao said anxiously. Zichen said calmly, maybe it's more than 1,000 people. If we encounter such a situation, the god race might also join in. Then, won't we be dead? Pei Wenyao said worriedly. No one can fight against so many experts at once. Zichen laughed. It seems that they want to give me the first kill. Well, since so many people want me dead, I'll naturally fulfill their wish. Pei Wenyao didn't know where Zichen's confidence came from. Let's go. Zicheng got up. Where are we going? Pei Wenyao asked. Find more crystals and refine them. Who knows, they might awaken an ability. We should gather more people now, such as those core experts who have a good relationship with you. I've asked around, there's no core expert in Leijing Hongtian's team. Pei Wenyao followed and said, as long as you ask, I believe that many core experts will be willing to follow you. At that time, who would dare to make a move against you? The core experts are the Holy Thunder Clan's team. I'm no longer a member of the Holy Thunder Clan. It's not appropriate to gather them. Zichen strode forward. Don't worry, there won't be a problem this time. By the way, you can leak my whereabouts in a few days. I'll wait for them to come. Pei Wenyao didn't know what Zichen wanted to do, but he could only do as he was told. Zichen? He's also here? Evil good monk, who was eating meat in big mouthfuls, was stunned when he heard the latest news. He probably used other passageways. How could almsgiver Zichen miss such a place? An eminent monk sitting cross-legged opposite him said, being hunted down as soon as he arrived, this is too much like Zichen. The monk stood up and said, if I didn't know about this news, it would be fine. But since I've heard about it, I should go and take a look. After saying that, the monk strode forward. After taking a few steps, the monk suddenly turned around and said, you don't need to follow me. This is a private matter between me and Zichen. The news about Zichen spread in this strange world. Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Zichen to also come in. They were guessing which passage Zichen came in from. At the same time, the forces that had a grudge against Zichen began to unite and form an alliance. There were the demon race, the spirit race, and the god race. The three clans that were supposed to have deep hatred for each other became united because of Zichen. The encirclement of Zichen began. Chapter 46:32. Because of the appearance of Zichen, this strange world was in turmoil. The originally peaceful people gradually developed killing intent. However, Zichen was not dead yet, so when the three races met, they would not kill each other. For now, some of the three races had formed an alliance, so the other races no longer fought each other. There were only a few kinds of beasts with abilities in this place. It would be an exaggeration to call them fierce beasts, but in fact, they were more like livestock. None of the Saint Venerables could be seen, and even the half-step Saint Venerables did not appear here. This made everyone want to explore this place. However, before that, they had to get rid of Zichen first. Why Zichen had become the public enemy of the world? Perhaps no one knew. Everyone wanted to kill Zichen, but some people found traces of Zichen. As the news spread, many forces began to gather at Zichen's hiding place. It was not only those who wanted to kill Zichen, but even more people wanted to watch the show. As the news spread, all the people in the area began to make their move. It could be said to be a grand scene. Zichen sat cross-legged on a big rock, refining the sharp blade dog's crystal. Pei Wenyao stood beside him, very nervous. I say, why aren't you worried? They are all here. If this is a plan, then we have already succeeded. It's time to run. Pei Wenyao said. Zichen, who had his eyes closed, said, cat, dog, and mouse. Don't you think it's strange that they represent three kinds of abilities? In such a large area, there are only three kinds of creatures. Pei Wenyao knocked on the tree and said anxiously, so what if it's strange? We are all going to die. The half-step Saint Venerables and Saint Venerables are not here, and only the few of us are here. Does it mean that we are only in the first layer of this strange world, or the first layer of heaven? If we want to obtain more power and opportunities, we have to find a way to go to the second layer or the second layer. Pei Wenyao said helplessly, that has nothing to do with us. What we need to consider now is how to survive. He originally thought that Zichun was using a trick to lure everyone over and then escape. But now, he realized that was not the case. Zichun had never thought of running. Did he really think that he could fight against the three races with his own strength? Pei Wenyao did not count himself in. He thought that Zichun was crazy, so at the critical moment, he would listen to Zichun and run away. Even if he could slowly avenge Zichun, he would not choose to commit suicide at this time. A few people started to appear in the surroundings. They were obviously spies. Pei Wenyao noticed them and became even more nervous. They're already here. You can retreat first, or keep a distance from me and pretend that you're here to settle accounts with me, Zichun said. But don't stand with me, and don't appear to be on the same side as me. Understood. Pei Wenyao left decisively. It was not that he was not loyal, but he did not have the ability to do so. Emo Zhengtian walked side by side with two demons. Behind him, Emo Yizhen and the others followed. After hearing the news, Emo Zhengtian asked, "What do you think Zichun means by staying there?" The two leaders shook their heads, indicating that they could not guess. Emo Zhengtian turned back to Emo Yizhen. "You tell us." "It's hard to say, but it might be that he's brewing something," Emo Yizhen said. "Oh, then what could it be?" The few of them were interested. "Maybe he wants to instigate us," Emo Yizhen said after thinking for a while. When the three of them heard this, they all laughed. This was very unrealistic. How could a mere person count as one of the three races? Emo Yizhen stood beside Emo Yizhen. She should be the only one who was worried. This situation was set up by Emo Yizhen. If they killed Zichun, everything would be fine. If they did not kill him, Zichun would definitely kill Emo Yizhen first. What should they do? When she thought of Zichun again, she thought of Zichun's gentle smile. How did such a person become the enemy of the entire world? And how was he going to resolve this crisis? No, no, no. He should not resolve it. The spirit race and the god race had also accurately obtained Zichun's location. They were very curious about why he had stopped running. While they were curious, they were also wary. But no matter how they thought about it, they could not think of a reason why Zichun could survive. Pay attention to those people's movements. Lei Zhenghongtian felt that he had guessed Zichun's intentions, so he ordered his people to pay attention to the movements of the extreme core members. Although there were many extreme core members who had entered this time, most of them were idle people. They rarely formed groups, so the threat was naturally limited. Furthermore, Lei Zhenghongtian had a way to convince them not to interfere with Zichun's matters. This time, his goal was very clear. He wanted Zichun dead. After refining the crystal in his hand, Zichun opened his eyes and sat up. There were many people in his field of vision, but they were all watching from afar. Many of them had even retreated. Zichun knew that most of them were just here to watch the show. They had just arrived early. Glancing at the firewood that Pei Wenyao had picked up, Zichun began to make a fire and prepare to eat. Many people in the distance watched this scene and secretly thought to themselves, "Is this the Last Supper?" Even though it was not yet evening. The meat had been hunted by Pei Wenyao early in the morning and had been cleaned. Before Zichun roasted it, he had applied some of the seasonings he had found and marinated it in advance. Under the high temperature of the charcoal fire, the meat was changing color, and the aroma of the meat gradually spread. More footsteps could be heard. It was a little messy, but the goal was the same. Zichun sat there and continued to roast the meat. The people who had been watching the show suddenly retreated. Then, more people surrounded him from three directions. There was no one behind him. He did not know if they had deliberately left him an escape route. In the blink of an eye, there were many people surrounding him. Murderous intent surged. On the treetops and high ground in the distance, there were more people watching the show. Many people had never seen the number one person in the spiritual realm with their own eyes. This was an eye-opener. Not to mention other things. Just this calmness alone was incomparable to ordinary people. When they were dozens of feet away from Zichun, the group stopped. Zichun did not look up. He was focused on roasting the meat. Emo Zhengtian walked forward and smiled. "Zichun, we meet again." The fragrance of the meat assailed his nostrils. The meat had been roasted to an incomparably golden color. It looked lustrous and tempting. On the high ground in the distance, Monk Good and Evil's eyes widened when he saw this scene. He has condiments. He actually has condiments. Chapter 46:33. When the meat was done, Zichun took a bite. The grease spread in his mouth, and the aroma lingered in his mouth. Many people subconsciously swallowed their saliva. In terms of appearance alone, Zichun's cooking was top-notch. Moreover, after sprinkling some condiments, the taste was even more different. "You're early," Zichun, who was eating meat, said vaguely. "Look at how calm you are. Have you already thought of your last words?" Emojing Tian asked. Zichun nodded heavily, swallowed the meat, and said, "It's about time. Who wants to kill me? Why don't you introduce yourself first? At least I can die a worthy death, right?" Waving his hand, Zichun said, "There's no need for small fries to introduce themselves. It's too boring. I'll be the leader. I want to see how many leaders' alliances my life is worth." "I am Emo Bane." A person walked out from behind Emo Zhengtian and introduced himself. "I am Emo Warren." Another person appeared and stood at the same level as Emo Zhengtian. He looked coldly at Zichun. Zichun, who was eating meat, shook his head. "There are only 3 factions in the demon race. This doesn't make sense. Are you looking down on me?" Outside the crowd, Lei Wuxing and a dozen other core members watched silently. Lei Wuxing said, "The demon race seems to only have 3 factions, but if the time permits, everyone can become enemies." Beside him, Lei Wuxuang said, "What should we do? Zichun isn't a reckless person." "Let's wait and see," Lei Wuxing said. "God race, Yaki." No one from the demon race stood out. A young God race man walked out, his eyes cold. "God race, Tian Carl." "God race, Khalifu." 2 more Protoss stepped forward. While they were introducing themselves, Zichun was eating, but his eyes fell on the leaders of the Protoss. The God race also had 3 leaders. In the distance, more people were watching in silence. Many of them were the leaders of their respective factions. However, their expressions were calm. No one could tell what they were thinking. "Sister, are we going over?" Wang Xian's feelings were very complicated. She had not seen Zichun for many years. At this moment, she really wanted to go up to him, but she was worried that she would implicate Zichun. She did not believe that Zichun was courting death. There had to be a deeper meaning behind his actions. "Don't worry. I've waited for so many years. Waiting a little longer won't hurt," Su Mingyao said. "Zichun, cut the crap. Today is the day you die." A cold voice sounded. Leijing Hongtian stood up at this time, his eyes full of killing intent. Zichun looked at Leijing Hongtian and said disappointedly, "The demon race and the god race wanted to kill me. I didn't expect someone from the spirit race to kill me as well. This is too sad." There were many people standing behind Leijing Hongtian, but only Leijing Hongtian, the leader, stepped forward. Zichun looked behind Leijing Hongtian. "What's wrong? You all dared to come here, but you don't have the courage to admit your identities? This is an opportunity to show your face. It's a pity that you missed it." Up until now, Zichun's performance was still calm and collected, which made many people lose confidence in their hearts. Emojitan said, "We can wait for you to finish eating and then send you on your way." Zichun shook his head and said, "Then I advise you to make a move now. If we work together, you won't even have a chance to escape." Emo Zhengtian's expression changed. The others were the same. They immediately looked behind them. There were many people behind them, all of whom were here to watch the show. But who could guarantee that Zichun's men were not among them? Zichun gave Leijing Hongtian a thumbs up and said, "You did a good job. You should have tricked them like this. Get everyone ready. We'll slaughter the god race and demon race. None of them will survive." Everyone's expression changed drastically. The people outside who were watching the show were in an uproar. Emo Zhengtian turned his head and looked at Leijing Hongtian. The other leaders' gazes were also extremely cold. Leijing Hongtian snorted and said, "You want to drive a wedge between us with such petty tricks? In this world, anyone can cooperate with you, Zichun. Only I, Leijing Hongtian, won't." "Us? You're from the spirit race. How can you be willing to wallow in the mire with them? I really despise you. To be honest, People like you who betray their ancestors for glory are the most heinous crimes. Impudent, Zichun. Who are you talking about? Leijing Hongtian shouted angrily. Zichun hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry. I don't want to be your ancestor. Because one day, I'll be angered to death by your unfilial descendants. Even if I'm your ancestor in name, I won't accept it. Your Leijing family shouldn't take advantage of me. Many people had strange expressions. How could he be so witty at a time like this? What was Zichun thinking? You're courting death. Leijing Hongtian's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. Zichun's expression suddenly became cold. If you have the ability, then come at me. I can beat up 8 of you with one hand. If you don't, then tuck your tail between your legs and behave yourself. Wait for your ancestor to finish speaking. Zichun then looked at Moizhan. Moizhan, the two of us worked together quite well this time. Later, we'll kill them all together. Although no one believed Zichun's words, they still looked at Moizhan. Moizhan's expression didn't change. If I were you, I wouldn't say that. Oh, then what would you say? Zichun asked curiously. I wouldn't say anything, lest I embarrass myself, Moizhan said. Moe said with a trembling voice, actually, I feel quite sad for you, and also feel a little unworthy for you. So after you die, I will stomp on your grave a few times to make the soil more solid, so that you won't come out and harm others again. Zichun shook his head. You look so pure and innocent, but I didn't expect you to have so many bad thoughts. Was this a chat? What was Zichun trying to do? The people who were watching the show were a little confused. Were they going to find someone to chat with next? Zichun quickly finished his barbecue and said, All right, I won't talk nonsense with you guys. Let's talk about some serious matters. Since everyone is here today, shouldn't we discuss the next step? All the leaders were stunned. What was going on? He wasn't going to chat with one person, but everyone? Moizhan snorted. We will discuss the future, but not with you. Zichun spread his hands and said, That's not interesting. Although everyone has gained something, aren't we also trapped here? So, there's no harm in discussing it. This time, Moizhan didn't say anything. He didn't have the right to make this decision. Whether it was Tian, the other demons, or the few gods, they all shook their heads decisively. There was no room for discussion. Zichun had to die because he was too big a threat. It would be difficult to kill him outside, so they could only do it here. Zichun had to die. Chapter 46:34. You really won't consider working with me? Zichun was still unwilling to give up. Actually, I know many secrets about this world, and I can share them with you for free. If you refuse now, you'll suffer great losses. Moreover, if you work with me, I can even help you charge into battle. The secrets you know, we'll know in the future. As for charging into battle, we have plenty of people, so don't waste your time. Any last words before you die? The God Race leader said indifferently. Zichun recalled that this person was called Yaki. The others' expressions were also cold. There was no room for negotiation. Leijing Hongtian was very satisfied. These people's resolute attitude meant that Zichun's death was certain. Since we can't come to an agreement, then let's fight to the death. One by one. Zichun said boldly. Which one of you wants to come first? Are you an idiot? We can easily kill you. Why should we fight you one-on-one? Yaki's face was filled with anger. Zichun said seriously, Shouldn't you at least talk about the righteousness of the underworld? Righteousness of the underworld is nothing. Shouldn't you at least care about your face? Why didn't you care about your face when you slaughtered us demons? If you don't care about your face, why should we? Tian said coldly. Zichun thought for a moment, then said, Then do you believe that you'll only have a chance of success if you fight me one-on-one? If you all attack together, do you think those people outside will do nothing? Tian said mockingly, You have the entire world as your enemy, and you still hope that someone will come and save you? Stop dreaming. Attack. Kill. In order to avoid any more trouble, or perhaps because Zichun's chattering had made him lose his patience, Yaki suddenly waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to charge at Zichun. Sure enough, there was no such thing as righteousness of the underworld. Everyone rushed forward, wanting to end the battle quickly. On the other side, Imo Zhengtian also gave the order to attack. Under these circumstances, they had to kill Zichun. Attacking together was the right thing to do. Kill. Leijing Hongtian no longer hesitated. This was an extremely rare opportunity. There was a commotion at the back, but no one rushed up to help. Zichun immediately retreated, and after retreating several tens of feet, his figure actually disappeared. Everyone was stunned. Come in and die if you have the guts. If I don't kill you all, do you really think that I, Zichun, am a pushover? A cold voice sounded from where Zichun had disappeared. The people who were rushing forward stopped. They didn't expect Zichun to have such a trick up his sleeve. Chase after him. Don't let him get away. Lei Zhang Hongtian said coldly, we have so many people. Why should we be afraid of Zichun? Following Lei Zhang Hongtian's command, everyone moved forward without hesitation. In fact, Lei Zhang Hongtian had no way out. If he didn't kill Zichun today, then what awaited him would be Zichun's endless pursuit. The two of them had long since become mortal enemies. Rather than constantly guarding against Zichun in the future, it would be better to borrow everyone's strength to kill him in one fell swoop. Once Lei Zhang Hongtian moved, the others had no intention of stopping. Thus, after some hesitation, everyone rushed forward. Following that, one figure after another disappeared. Go, go, go. Let's kill our way in. Imo Zhengtian had no choice but to give the order. Just as he was about to move forward, Imo Yin stepped forward and pulled him, slowing him down a little. What's wrong? Imo Zhengtian looked at Imo Yin. Be careful, it might be a trap. Prioritize survival, he said in a low voice. At the same time, he pulled Imo Yin forward. At this time, they had to go in, but prioritizing survival was still the right thing to do. The surroundings were in an uproar. No one had expected this. The battle that they had imagined didn't happen. What exactly was the scene inside? Could this be the place that Zichun was talking about? In the distance, Pei Wenyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He remembered that Zichun had once told him about eating eggs. The two of them had walked for a long time, but they hadn't seen the big bird that Zichun had mentioned. That meant that it might be inside. They didn't expect it to be an independent space. The onlookers were disappointed that they didn't get to see a big battle. However, no one went in to check out the situation. Zichun had obviously set a trap. No matter how curious they were, they didn't dare to enter. Because if they went in, they would definitely be treated as enemies by Zichun. No one knew what would happen next. Since Zichun dared to do this, he might have some tricks up his sleeve. Just as everyone was watching, a person suddenly walked forward. It was a fat monk with big ears. He walked forward. Many people's expressions changed when they saw this scene. What was he doing alone? What are you looking at? Follow me to kill Zichun. The monk turned around and shouted at the crowd. It was the first time they had seen such a murderous monk. Of course, no one responded. No one would rashly step forward without knowing the situation. At this moment, another black figure walked out and quickly rushed forward. It was a black ape. It was the devil ape. The monk glanced at the devil ape. The two of them didn't communicate. The monk walked in. The devil ape followed closely behind him. After the devil ape, two more strange beasts appeared. No one could tell what they were, but they knew that they should be from the sacred beast realm. It's Yuming and Heifeng. I didn't expect them to come too. Wang Xianer smiled. Sister, are we going in? Wait and see. Su Mingyao looked around. No one knew what she was looking for. On the Sacred Moon Clan side, Shangguan Yu and Ming Yu looked at each other. They nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Junior sister, don't be rash, Yu Butian said. Shangguan Yu turned around and bowed to Yu Butian. I hope senior brother can understand, Yu Butian said. So many people have already gone in. Even if the two of you go in, what can you do? You can't change the outcome. I hope senior brother can understand. They said the same thing, showing their determination. Yu Butian waved his hand. Before the two of them left, they said goodbye. Although no one pointed it out, everyone knew that there were people from the Sacred Moon Clan in Leijing and Hongtian's team. At this moment, Shangguan Yu and Ming Yu's departure was only a representation of their views. It had nothing to do with the entire Sacred Moon Clan. Just like how evil good monk didn't allow his fellow disciples to follow, the The two of them didn't want to bring the entire Sacred Moon clan. Seeing people enter one by one, Lei Wuxiang looked at Lei Wuxing. What do you think? Lei Wuxing frowned, so fussy and not decisive at all. Lei Wuxiang was a little dissatisfied. At this moment, Lei Lan walked out of the team and walked forward alone. Lei Wuxiang said, "Look, you can't even compare to a woman. To think that you're core pinnacle." After saying that, she walked forward as well. Seeing this, Lei Wuxing could only sigh and walk forward. As he walked, many of the extreme core disciples followed suit. These people had interacted with Ziqian in the Lost World. Let's go to Chapter 46:35. People went in one after another. There weren't many of them, and each of them was inconspicuous, so they didn't cause much of a stir. It wasn't until Lei Wuxing and the others went in that it caused some commotion. After all, they were all core members of the Holy Thunder Clan. Only then did people realize that those who went in weren't necessarily looking for revenge on Ziqian. Some of them wanted to save Ziqian. Over the years, Ziqian wasn't so useless. He had made some friends. Many of them were beautiful women, which proved that Ziqian's luck with women was excellent. Apart from those people, no one went in, not even to watch the show. The situation inside was unknown. Perhaps there was already a fight to the death. Those who went in to watch the show might be implicated. Therefore, most people were willing to wait outside for the result. Ziqian ran into that space. This was a method he had thought of early on. With his strength alone, how could he be a match for those people? Therefore, he could only rely on them. After entering, Ziqian began to run wildly, all the way forward. Along the way, he saw some big birds. They all looked at Ziqian with curious eyes. Perhaps they were familiar with him, or perhaps they had the same aura, but they didn't attack. The people behind him chased in and saw Ziqian running away. Then, they roared and rushed forward. Then, they encountered those big birds. Faced with these unfamiliar auras, the large birds became frantic. When they approached, they immediately attacked. Pong! The people who encountered the big birds first were knocked away. They wailed and fell to the ground, coughing up blood. In the blink of an eye, those who rushed in front were knocked away. Lei Hongtian caught up. After seeing this scene, his eyes were filled with infinite killing intent. Don't let Ziqian escape. At this moment, Ziqian was almost disappearing from his sight. Whoosh! Many people's feet lit up, and their speed increased instantly. They avoided the attack of the big birds and chased after Ziqian. Lei Hongtian dodged the big bird's attack. While he accelerated, he fired a flame at the big bird. The flames exploded, and the impact forced the bird to retreat, but it did not cause any damage to it. What? Lei Hongtian's expression changed. He couldn't believe it. At this moment, the crowd had already charged forward. The advantage of the sea of people was fully displayed. The crowd was like a violent torrent. Everywhere they passed, they were unstoppable. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the giant birds were retreating, they were truly enraged. Boundless flames surged out from their bodies, forming a sea of fire. The torrent rushed into the sea of fire and began to scream. A burnt smell wafted out, accompanied by a powerful surge of energy. The number of people was their greatest advantage. Moreover, the people who rushed in were all aptitude users. The big birds that Ziqian couldn't fight back then started to die one after another under the cooperation of everyone. Someone took advantage of the chaos and discovered flame-like crystals in their bodies. They were extremely dazzling. Then, they shouted excitedly as if they had discovered a treasure. However, some who were injured immediately ran into their own space and disappeared in the blink of an eye. During this time, several people who were chasing after them saw the big birds disappear from their sight. This left them stunned, extremely shocked. Why did he just disappear into thin air? They couldn't enter the space where the big birds were, just like how Ziqian couldn't come out in the past. The battle was very chaotic. The crowd was still rushing in, and both sides suffered heavy losses. This was not the end of it. Just as the battle was extremely chaotic, insects suddenly rushed out from the ground and attacked the people who came in. The vibration of the ground alerted them. This chaotic battle caused great losses to the people who came in, but because of this, they would not let Zichen go. Zichen's goal was to go deeper, where there was a talking existence. Obviously, its combat power would be stronger. Whether or not they could destroy the people behind them depended on whether that existence was willing to help. After Tyrant and Demon Ape came in, they saw corpses all over the ground. There were people, birds, and insects. So this was Zichen's plan. Tyrant sighed. Even though many years have passed, this method of killing with a borrowed knife is still not outdated. Demon Ape nodded. Its red eyes looked straight into the distance where corpses were everywhere. Haefeng and Netherworld came in and saw the scene around them. After both sides met and nodded, Tyrant smiled and said, "Since this is killing with a borrowed bird, we don't have to rush. We can wait here for everyone. Maybe this time, we can gather everyone together." Tyrant had already made up his mind to not help. Then, his friends came in one after another. When Zichen was still in danger, everyone had already gathered together. His friends were talking and laughing. They were very happy. The fighting and killing continued in front of them. When there was still a distance to go, Zichen's figure flashed and entered a space. This was the place where the big birds lived. Zichen wanted to hide here first. If he reached the depths and the little bird didn't cooperate, it would be bad. Therefore, he needed these people to help open up a path and completely anger the king here. Zichen hid inside and listened to the commotion outside. He was in a good mood. This time, even if he couldn't kill all of them, he would make them suffer heavy losses. Zichen wouldn't show mercy to these people who wanted him dead. These people came to the depths. At this moment, they couldn't see Zichen's figure anymore. Therefore, they had to speed up. At this moment, they saw figures appear in front of them. These were small birds that were half the size of the big birds in front. They flew out of the forest and no longer walked on the ground. At the moment when they appeared, they were accompanied by boundless flames. Like a wave of fire, they extended toward the crowd. In an instant, countless people were enveloped in flames. It was another tragic battle. At this moment, in the depths, the little bird that Zichen had seen before said unhappily, "Why are we helping him? How many of our people have he killed?" Beside it, the gentle bird said, "You'll know in a while." The ground kept shaking. The sound waves shook the ground. More insects appeared. Some attacked the humans, and some began to attack the big birds. They didn't have a target. They only attacked the ones closest to them. Under the endless shaking, the ground suddenly rolled. Snake-like insects suddenly jumped out of the ground. Their lethality was more powerful, and their speed was comparable to those of the aptitude users. The sound waves were still shaking. Deep in the ground, a huge beast suddenly opened its eyes. A tyrannical aura surged out from his body. Chapter 46:36. The further they went, the smaller the birds became. However, their battle prowess became stronger, and the flames they spat out became more terrifying. Insects were different. The larger they were, the stronger their battle prowess. Their poison also became more terrifying. After coming to this world, they had rarely seen other species other than dogs, cats, and rats. It was their first time encountering such a powerful creature. Those who came here all believed that this was a land of opportunity because the crystals in the bodies of the birds they killed were clearly of higher quality. However, right now, everyone was in despair because this place was too dangerous. The big birds, little birds, together with the big bug and little bug, made them suffer greatly, suffering great losses. The total number of people who came to this world might not even be comparable to the battle here. Screams rang out continuously. Even though they had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers, many people still felt despair. Lei Jinghongtian was in the most despair. This time, almost all of the main forces he brought were here. They had suffered great losses. This was very disadvantageous for the upcoming exploration. However, if he were to give up now, his heart would be filled with unwillingness. This might be his only chance to kill Zichen. Retreat. We should retreat. Amidst the spreading flames, Mo was protecting Mo Yen. He knocked away a bug that had just jumped out of the ground. Mo Zhengtian looked back at him. "What did you say?" Mo said, "I have a bad feeling. We have to retreat. If we don't, there might be great danger." Isn't Zichen afraid? Emojing Tian asked. Emoi said, I'm not sure. However, Zichen has long disappeared due to the chaos. Emojing Tian said, maybe he went deeper and used our hands to obtain a great opportunity. That's possible. However, there is great danger. I'm more willing to retreat first. Emoi looked at Emojing Tian. If we retreat now, we can still preserve some of our strength. Moreover, staying alive is more important than anything else. Emojing Tian hesitated. At this moment, there was another change in the underground. One after another, even larger insects appeared. They were like spiritual snakes, attacking the people nearby and taking their lives. At this moment, it was a three-sided battle. The birds attacked the humans, and occasionally the bugs. The bugs were the same, and so were the humans. A chaotic battle. It's time to leave. If we don't leave now, we might not be able to, Emoi said again. This time, an aura that no one could sense emerged from underground. The huge creature that had just woken up looked up. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the ground and see the battlefield above. It began to move, but it was silent. Wherever it passed, the soil would disappear without a trace. It was like a shadow leopard searching for its prey on land. However, as it passed by, the insects became very active and rushed out to attack. That's quite a commotion. Zichun is really something. Hearing the loud noise inside, the monk said with a smile, it's been a long time since we last met. Zichun is still as elegant as ever. You do have some of Lord Zheng's style. Everyone had long been used to the monk's boasting. They hadn't heard it for many years, so they still felt a sense of familiarity. They were talking and laughing. Only Su Mengyao's expression gradually became serious. Sister, what happened? Xuelin noticed Su Mengyao's abnormality. Something's wrong. Su Mengyao said, I feel my heart palpitating, but I don't know why. Her keen sense of danger couldn't help her find the source at this moment. You're worried about Zichen, right? Don't worry, he won't die. The monk said with a smile. The space was isolated, so no one could enter. However, it didn't isolate the sound. Zichun could hear the vibration of the ground and the sounds of the battle very clearly. The scale of the battle seemed to be larger, and there seemed to be more casualties. After waiting for a while, Zichun decided to go out and see the situation. If there was no big crisis, he should leave. As for this place, he could leave it to them first. When the number of people was greatly reduced, he would come in and take a look. Zichun walked out of the space. After seeing the situation outside, he was stunned. The insects were as stiff as snakes, and the human corpses were everywhere. The intensity of the battle was far beyond his imagination. Many of them were blue in color. They should have been poisoned to death. Oh my God, there are even terrifying insects? Zichun was a bit surprised. He had never encountered such insects. When he was in this space, if he encountered such insects, he would have died long ago. And there were many such insects. Some of their stomachs were cut open. The humans who killed them probably wanted to take the crystals. But only some of them were cut open, and many of them were intact. Zichun quickly concluded that these insects didn't have crystals. It seems that the battle is far beyond my expectations. Whatever, I'll go out and hide first. Zichun walked back the way he came. Now that the enemies were here, he could go out and see his friends first. At this moment, the behemoth was moving underground. Suddenly, it stopped and turned its head to look behind. It didn't know what it saw, but it suddenly began to change direction and went in the opposite direction. Zichun walked all the way out. When he was about to reach the entrance, he saw his friends gathered together, and the core extreme masters who were gathered in the distance and didn't go forward. He immediately smiled. It seems that I don't have to look for them one by one. Monk also smiled and said, you can make some movements no matter where you are. Your performance is not bad. Keep up the good work next time. After seeing Zichun, the others also walked forward. Seeing that Zichun was fine, they were all relieved. Hearing about him, letting his friends gather together was one of Zichun's plans. It seemed to be working very well. The core extreme masters waved at Zichun. They took care of him and didn't come over. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Yu Xian Demon Ape, Yu Ming, and others were almost all here. This was a rare reunion after many years. At this moment, Su Mingyao suddenly exclaimed, "Zichun, retreat, there's danger." Her voice was very loud, and she was completely panicking. Zichun didn't hesitate to retreat. He had unconditional trust in Su Mingyao, and in his perception, he faintly felt a sense of danger. The moment Zichun retreated, a black hole suddenly appeared under his feet. A behemoth jumped out from it. It was its big mouth. Zichun, who had retreated, dodged the attack. But at this moment, a tentacle suddenly flew out from the behemoth's body. This tentacle immediately fell on Zichun's body and wrapped around him. The next moment, the behemoth that landed on the ground disappeared, and the original hole in the ground had already closed by itself. Chapter 46:37. Zichun disappeared from their sight just like that. Although he wasn't swallowed by the giant beast, the outcome was almost the same. The crowd rushed forward quickly. When they got close, the black hole that appeared on the ground had disappeared. The ground returned to its original state. How could this be? The monk murmured in disbelief. They had just met. How could this happen? A hurricane appeared and swept across the front, bringing with it a lot of smoke and dust. It was the black wind. It didn't say a word and only wanted to break through the ground. The black aura on Netherworld's body was tumbling as if it was brewing something. Wang Xian'er and the rest were at a loss, and even at a loss. They had just met. How could this happen? On the other hand, Su Mingyao was still calm. She looked ahead and said, "Everyone, retreat first." Retreat first? The devil ape was stunned. What about Zichun? If we don't leave now, it will be more dangerous. Su Mingyao stared ahead, and her expression was as solemn as before. In just a few moments, there was a huge commotion ahead. Those existences were defeated and started to flee. When they came in, they were like a flood. When they were defeated, they were also defeated. However, they looked even more pathetic. Everyone finally understood what Su Mingyao meant. Right now, not to mention finding out whether Zichun was dead or alive, even they would be in danger. Retreat first. As Su Mingyao's voice fell, the crowd immediately retreated. Fortunately, they weren't far from the exit. The black wind turned into a hurricane and swept everyone towards the exit. In an instant, everyone retreated. Those outside were anxious, but no one dared to go in to check the situation. They just waited. Then, they waited for the crowd to leave. They waited for the large group to be defeated and flee. There was an uproar. So many people went in, but they were all defeated? What about Zichun? Those who were fleeing had no time to pay attention to Zichun. They didn't even have time to fight with him. There was no direct conflict at all. They were beaten out by the birds and worms inside. After they rushed out, they scattered and fled in all directions. They didn't form a team. Lei Zhanghongtian was injured, and his face was gloomy. He was in a bad mood. Not only did they fail to kill Zichun, but they also suffered great losses. Under such circumstances, it would be troublesome if Zichun counterattacked. The core disciples had also escaped. They had all seen the previous scene, and now their feelings were very complicated, because perhaps Zichun was already dead. They haven't come out yet. Let's continue, the demonic ape said anxiously. Su Mingyao shook her head and said, "Perhaps they have blocked the entrance. If we go in now, we will be ambushed." They looked at Su Mingyao in confusion. Why didn't she care about Zichun's life or death? Or should I say that I am not worried? The sudden change left Zichun no time to react. His perception seemed to have lost its function. He was only able to avoid the attack because of Su Mengyao's warning. But he couldn't dodge the next attack. Wrapped around by something that looked like a snake's tail, Zichun descended into the ground. As his body descended, Zichun did not encounter any obstacles. It was as if the hard earth beneath the ground had disappeared wherever he passed. Zichun knew that this was not the disappearance of the earth, but the ability of this behemoth. Because when he looked up, what he saw was only darkness, not a passage. After an unknown amount of time, Zichun's consciousness gradually became blurred. Finally, there was light in front of his eyes. He had arrived in a huge space, and the air was full of the smell of decay. This should be the nest of this behemoth. It was like an underground cave, very wide. With a bang, Zichun was flung away. His body smashed into a stone wall, and he coughed up blood. "Let's talk nicely." After Zichen landed, he hurriedly said. He didn't care whether the other party could understand or not. In the face of absolute power, he couldn't resist at all. "Die." The other party's response came. Only death. Boundless killing intent surged from its eyes, as if it had materialized. Its huge body was like a giant dragon, swimming over. This time, Zichun saw it clearly. The other party was just a bug, but it was the largest one. It was like the king of bugs underground, and its huge body was comparable to a giant dragon in the world. Zichun thought of the little bird he had met before. It formed a sharp contrast with this bug king. One was small and strong, while the other was big and strong. They were two extremes. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. The little bird was intelligent, so this bug king should not be bad. However, no matter how Zichen spoke, the other party's eyes were only filled with cruelty. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Zichen. There was a touch of greed in the cruelty in its eyes. The terrifying pressure made Zichen feel as if he was stuck in a quagmire, unable to move. He could only watch as the other party approached. Was he going to die? Was he going to be eaten by a bug? Suddenly, there was a touch of determination in Zichen's eyes. At this moment, there was a touch of red in Zichen's vision. The humid air around him immediately became dry. The temperature began to rise, making him feel extremely hot. It was a sea of flames that extended over. The Bug King's huge body blocked the sea of flames for him. In other words, the sea of flames came for the Bug King. The Bug King seemed to have sensed the danger and immediately turned around. Zichun heard a word other than death. Meiji. A small meteorite appeared in the flames and landed on the Bug King's head. With a loud bang, flames sputtered like a meteorite exploding. The Insect King let out a miserable shriek as its huge body fell downwards. Zichun saw that the situation was bad and immediately ran to the side. The Bug King's huge body fell down with a loud bang. However, countless rays of light that looked like snake tails wrapped around the little bird that had revealed its true body. Flames lit up on the little bird's body. All the rays of light that came close would burn when they came into contact with the flames. They disappeared under the flames, making them unable to get close. Meiji, you dare to come to my territory. Today, I will devour you. The Bug King said coldly, no longer paying attention to Zichun. More rays of light appeared and headed for the little bird. Facing the continuous attacks, the flames on the little bird's body gradually dimmed. Its aura was not as strong as before. Haha, after I devour you this time, I can go to Tianla Kingdom. The Bug King laughed out loud, its voice full of confidence. In this underground, I am the king. Anyone who comes will die. You have been hiding up there for so many years. This is the reason why you are alive. Today you came, so you must die. The Bug King suppressed the little bird again. It seemed that the little bird was about to die. Suddenly, there was another change. A red ray of light like an arrow shot from afar and arrived in front of the Bug King in the blink of an eye. The red arrow pierced through the Bug King's head and completely went through its body. The red arrow landed in the distance and turned into a little bird. Chapter 46:38. This battle no longer had anything to do with Zichun. It was a battle between a bird and an insect. Zichun originally thought that there was only one bird, so the battle was clearly disadvantageous for the bird. He never expected that the battle would change in the blink of an eye. The appearance of the second bird changed the situation and locked the battle. The Insect King's head was pierced through. Its huge body constantly struggled on the verge of death. The ground began to tremble and several places showed signs of collapsing. Zichen retreated far away and then looked at the two birds. He finally found something strange. The first one that appeared was a stranger, and the one that dealt the killing blow was the one that had once harbored murderous intent towards Zichun. The Insect King's struggle gradually decreased, but the two birds did not let down their guard. Their eyes stared at each other until the Insect King completely lost its life. Zichun heaved a sigh of relief. The biggest threat had been removed. At this moment, the bird that wanted to kill it turned its head and stared at Zichun. It spoke in human language. Human, do you know how many of my brethren you have killed? Do you know your crime? Zichun was silent. He was wondering if the two birds would kill him here. Don't be unreasonable. At this moment, the bird from before flew over and floated in front of Zichun. Human, I have to thank you this time. One said he was guilty, and the other wanted to thank him. Zichun was puzzled. The bird named Meiji did not explain much and directly said, "There is a crystal in this insect king's body. It should be useful to you. You can take it." Zichun's eyes lit up. What ability does the crystal have? I'm not sure. Maybe it's poison or some other ability. Meiji's voice was very pleasant and gentle. She even personally helped Zichun take the crystal. It was the size of a palm and released infinite light. Zichun received it with both hands to express his gratitude. Now, follow me up. A beam of light flew out from Meiji's body and enveloped Zichun. In the next moment, Zichun disappeared from the ground. When he reappeared, he was not in the same place as before. Instead, he was in a very quiet room. This place looked like a human residence. Meiji was standing on a chair opposite him. As for the other chick, it was unknown where it had gone. Zichun was shocked. There's someone here? Meiji gave an in sound. Zichun didn't understand what he meant. Master used to live here. Meiji said. Master? Zichun's expression changed. There are humans here? The next moment, he felt that he was talking nonsense. How could there be no humans in this world? Aren't cats, dogs, rats, and chickens the most common things? Isn't it normal to have humans around? Where's your master? Zichun asked again. He left. Where did he go? I don't know. He hasn't been back for a long time. How long is a long time? This time, Meiji thought for a while. I don't remember. There was only day and no night here, so it was very difficult to calculate the time. Zichun felt somewhat regretful. There was night at that time. Meiji said again. Night? Zichun's expression changed. There was day and night, which meant that the rules of the world were complete. But now, it was not complete. After Master left, there was no night, and it has continued until now. Meiji said, What does Letian Kingdom mean? Zichun asked. The Insect King had mentioned this before. It's the original home. After Master left, it gradually evolved into a kingdom. Meiji said, There are many powerful existences living there, and they are uncontrollable. Zichun's heart skipped a beat. That should be the place where the sacred sages were, and it was also the place they wanted to go. There was danger there. Did that also mean there were opportunities? Does it mean that after entering, we will obtain more abilities? Zichun immediately asked. Yes, there will be more types of abilities, and they will be more powerful. Meiji answered all the questions, and she would tell Zichun everything she knew. How can I enter? Zichun asked again. This was the most important thing. Meiji said, I can give you the authority to enter, but you have to agree to one condition. Zichun guessed that this was the main reason why she brought him here, or even the reason why she was willing to save him. What condition? You have to bring Mei-in with you. Mei-in, you've met before. It was another little bird, so it was called Mei-in. Zichun's expression changed. I'm afraid not. It has killing intent towards me. That's because it feels that you've destroyed this place. I'll explain it to her later. Meiji said, This is my only condition. If you agree, I can tell you more about Letian Kingdom. Zichun asked in confusion. Since you can let me in, you should know the situation inside. Why don't you go in yourself? Because of some reasons, I can't enter. Meiji continued. After entering the Heavenly Paradise Kingdom, the abilities you obtain here will become even clearer. In the words of you humans, it's the clear appearance of the laws. You will naturally know the details after you enter. I can help you enter now, but you have to agree to my condition. Zichun said, Just me? Meiji shook her head. No, you can bring your friends. Zichun asked again, After entering, what do I need to do for Mei-in? There's no need. Just bring her in. Zichun was very surprised by this condition. He was very puzzled. Why me? Can't you just find someone else? It's fate that you appeared here. Back then, Master said that fate is very strange. That's why I came to you. This reason didn't quite make sense, but it didn't seem to be a problem coming from a little bird. Most importantly, she had saved him and even given him the Insect King's crystal. This thing should be very precious. Why doesn't the insect king go in? Zichen asked again. It can't go in either. Actually, it's not the only one. There are a few others who can't go in either, Meiji said. Zichen's expression changed slightly. You mean the cat, dog, and rat that represent the three abilities? Meiji nodded. Zichen asked again. In other words, there's more than one in trance? Meiji nodded again. There are 3 more. All right, I agree. Zichen's sudden agreement surprised Meiji. I thought you would try other places. Zichen shook his head. If he tried other places to kill the strongest one, it would be very dangerous. Now that he had the chance to enter, there was no need for him to take the risk. Most importantly, Zichen wasn't strong. When can I go in? Anytime, but you can wait until all the entrances appear before you go in. That way, you won't become a target for everyone. Before that, you should increase your strength. Letian Kingdom is very dangerous, and you have almost no strength. Strength was ability. Meiji didn't beat around the bush. Zichen stood up, planning to leave. His companions might be anxious, so he didn't want to do anything rash. You have to use that crystal well. It might bring about unexpected results. Chapter 46:39. The crowd outside had dispersed. This time, the attack on Zichen had ended in failure, and all the forces had suffered great losses. As for Zichen, his whereabouts were unknown. Those big birds didn't chase after him, but they didn't dare to stay here any longer and left one after another. The others were still watching, because Zichen hadn't appeared yet. Zichen's friends were all sitting there, from the initial nervousness and panic to the final calm. Those core members had also seen the scene of Zichen being brought underground. It was reasonable to say that the possibility of Zichen being alive was very small, but for some reason, after the previous panic, Zichen's friends calmed down. This made them wonder, did Zichen have a backup plan? Along the way, Zichen returned. The corpses on the ground had disappeared, and the insects had once again burrowed into the ground. Along the way, except for a mess, there were no traces of battle. Even the bloodstains were gone. Those big birds had returned to their original state, but their numbers had decreased a lot. It was unknown whether they had died in battle or were healing in their own spaces. Meiji had already made it clear before that those who came in had retreated. Zichen walked all the way out. When he came to the exit, he saw his friends not far away, but it was a little different from what he had expected. His friends weren't nervous or panicked, but were all very calm, and even chatting and laughing. Seeing Zichen appear, everyone's eyes fell on him. Some were surprised, and some were really happy. You know I'm still alive? Zichen asked in surprise. He didn't even know whether he was alive or not, so how could these people know? It was obviously impossible to say that they were all heartless. Before you entered the ground, I saw a tail of light following you, Su Mingyao explained. The others didn't see it. Only Su Mingyao saw it, and she even saw that it was a little bird. Its speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. This was also the reason why everyone was so calm. Su Mingyao had a great perception of life and death. Even if it was only a ray of light, she could still deduce some unusual things. Zichen nodded and walked forward. He didn't chat with his friends. Instead, he went to find the core members. Leilan was also among them, but she was still not a core member. Zichen thanked everyone. Earlier, when they went in, it was obvious that they wanted to help. You can obtain some crystals nearby, but try not to go too far. Zichen reminded him. I found a way to enter the next place, but it will take some time before I can enter. Before that, all of you should increase your strength and try to awaken your abilities. The eyes of the core disciples lit up. They hadn't expected to reap such an unexpected reward. They nodded and then left. The other people in the distance had already dispersed. He believed that the people who had ambushed Zichen would soon know that Zichen was still alive. They would probably feel uneasy after this. Zichen walked back and hugged everyone. After not seeing each other for so many years, he missed them. There were quite a lot of people, but not everyone was here. Zichen asked about everyone's situation and then told them what had happened underground. Everyone listened quietly. Then, Zichen took out the crystal and said, "This is the crystal of the Insect King. After refining it, you should have great abilities." Monk's eyes lit up. He slapped his thigh and said, "Don't you think it's a coincidence? Recently, I was worried about not having the ability, but now it's here. Zichun, I really have to thank you this time, but you're my brother, so thanks are superfluous. I won't stand on ceremony." As he spoke, Monk had already stretched out his hand without holding back. The others didn't seem surprised. This was Monk's usual style and had not changed for many years. Monk never felt ashamed of this. Instead, he felt proud of it. Zichun said with a smile that was not a smile, "It might be poisonous. Are you sure you want it?" Buddha said, "If I don't enter hell, who will? I'm not afraid of poison. Facing difficulties is my style," Monk said righteously. "You really haven't changed your nature." Zichun was amused. "Others can do it, but not you. It's useless to you. Moreover, you're a disciple of Buddhism. How can you explain yourself with poison?" Monk muttered, "It doesn't matter if it's useless now. I can save it for when I need it, can't I?" Zichun couldn't be bothered with him. Zichun had seen this guy's greed many times. If he didn't pick up a few things when he went out, even if he lost something, it would be a huge loss. "Have you guys awakened any abilities?" Zichun looked at the others. "I've awakened my sword intent." A sharp sword intent appeared on Wang Xian's fingertips. This indirectly confirmed Zichun's guess. While Zichun was happy for Wang Xian, he made up his mind to take the same path. "I haven't, but my strength seems to have increased a lot." Devil Ape touched its head. "I don't like the abilities here, so my current combat power is still very weak." "I've awakened my wind ability," He Feng said. There was actually another awakened one. Yu Ming shook his head, indicating that he hadn't. Lin Shui and the rest hadn't awakened their abilities either. "My ability has just awakened. I'm good at hiding, but it's not stable," Zhang Haoyan said. He was the third awakened one. If the others knew that there were 3 people in Zichun's team who had awakened their abilities naturally, what would their expressions be like? Zichun thought for a while, then passed the crystal to Zhang Haoyan. "I think you're more suitable." "Me?" Zhang Haoyan was slightly stunned. "If there's really a poisonous ability, then with you, who's good at assassination, our combat power will increase." Zichun said, "Maybe there's someone more suitable, but they're not in our team. So you're the best choice." Zichun placed the crystal in Zhang Haoyan's hand. "Hurry up and refine it. The area we're heading to will be very dangerous. With more power, we'll have more power to protect ourselves." "You mean inside?" Devil Ape asked. "We're still going in?" "No, it's a place where danger and opportunity coexist. The invisible Saint Venerables and those half-step Saint Venerables might be in that place." Zichun briefly explained the Letian kingdom. After all, he didn't know much about it. Now that the crystal had an owner, Monk didn't think about it anymore. After hearing Monk's explanation, he said, "What do you plan to do next? Are you going to find those people and kill them one by one? It's not our style to not fight back after being bullied." "There's no hurry. Let's increase our strength first." Zichun said, "This is our top priority now. If we go after others now, we'll only be wasting our time." Chapter 4640. Zichun's fierce revenge did not appear as they had imagined. Zichun, who had been schemed against, was like a person who had nothing to do with it. He was still hunting the mutated beasts in this area, not looking for anyone for revenge. But to be honest, Zichun hadn't suffered any losses last time. Those people had schemed to kill him, but in the end, they had suffered heavy casualties. Zichun didn't take revenge, so those people didn't dare to provoke Zichun again. They didn't even dare to get too close to Zichun, even though they were very envious of the place from before. Some people obtained the crystal of the giant bird. After refining it, there was a high chance that they would obtain the ability to control flames. It was much stronger than the fireball from before, but Zichun was just outside that area, so they didn't dare to go over. There were also some people who didn't have any grudges with Zichun, but they didn't go in. The tyrant completely left the Buddhist regions group and stayed with Zichun. He was in an extremely good mood every day because Zichun not only provided him with food, but also provided him with enough to eat. Most importantly, he couldn't live without meat every day, and his barbecue skills were excellent. He lay there like a landlord, but also like a giant baby, stretching out his hand and opening his mouth. "I'm done refining." The tyrant stretched out his hand. A crystal was gone. Zichun, who was barbecuing not far away, threw out a piece. The tyrant caught it and grinned, continuing to refine it. Zhang Haoyan had been refining the crystal not far away. It had already been 10 days, but he still hadn't finished refining it. Zichun wasn't in a hurry. After all, this was the crystal of the Insect King. Just its volume alone was several times that of an ordinary crystal. Zichun hadn't given up refining the crystal these days, but his ability still hadn't appeared. The sound of footsteps came from the distance. Zichun looked up and saw a man walking over. It was Yu Butian from the Moon Clan. Zichun had some conflicts with the Moon Clan, but he had a good impression of Yu Butian. Zichun looked at him and continued to turn the barbecue in his hand. In this group of friends, Zichun was like a worker doing odd jobs. "Senior brother." Not far away, Yu and Mingyue stood up and greeted Yu Butian. Yu Butian nodded, indicating for the two to ignore him. He walked up to Zichun. Zichun gestured for him to sit. "I came to discuss something with you." Yu Butian sat beside Zichun. "What's the matter?" Zichun asked without raising his head. Yu Butian raised his thumb and pointed behind him. "Can we enter this place?" Zichun asked. "Why can't we go in?" "It's hard to say, so I came to ask you." "This isn't my home." "What's the point of asking me?" Seeing that Zichun didn't seem to be joking, Yubushin said, "Everyone thinks that you're staying here to protect the area behind you. But we've been observing for the past few days, and we've found that none of you have entered." Zichun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was all this about? You think he doesn't want to? He was too ashamed to go in. He had just reached an agreement with Meiji, and now he had to go in and kill those big birds. Was that appropriate? The others didn't go in because of this reason. In fact, Zichun was already very conflicted. He shook his head and said, "There are dangers inside. If you want to go in, you can. I'm staying here because I found the entrance and am waiting for it to open." Yu Butian's expression changed. During this period of time, he had heard rumors about the entrance. However, he never thought that Zichun would actually reveal such a secret. Could this be trust? Seeing Yu Butian's slightly changing expression, Zichun said, "Seeing that you're my senior brother, I'll tell you the truth. There is indeed an entrance here, but it's impossible for you to find it. If you want to go in and explore, I won't stop you. If it's for the entrance, you can give up on that idea." Yu Butian nodded, indicating that he understood. At this moment, Zichun raised 3 fingers. "Other than the entrance here, there are 3 other entrances here." This time, Yu Butian was shocked. He didn't think that Zichun would know so much. "Don't look at me. I don't know where those 3 places are." Zichun didn't lower his finger. "So, this information is worth 3 flame crystals." Yu Butian's eyes widened. Wasn't he telling him this because of Yu and Mingyu? "The information in front is free, but you'll have to pay for the information in the back. No bargaining." After saying that, Zichun realized that he seemed to have found a way to get rich. He continued, "Also, help me spread the news. If anyone wants to go to the area behind to explore and find opportunities, I'll take 10% of the reward." Zichun already knew that the flame crystals were of high quality. He had heard many rumors during this time. In fact, he had always wanted to do this, but his face didn't allow it. This time, Yu Butian's arrival helped him open up the situation. As for how the news came about, it naturally came from Pei Wenyao. After Zichun appeared, Pei Wenyao also came over. In this team, Zichun was the one doing the chores for everyone, while Pei Wenyao was the one who was even worse than a chores. He had to follow behind Zichun like a cow and a horse. Fortunately, Zichun didn't treat him unfairly. Pei Wenyao, who was constantly growing, was already able to fight against a sharp-knife dog alone. However, every time he used his methods, the monk would mock him. It was too indecent to use fingernails as weapons. Fortunately, Pei Wenyao had seen the world and didn't dwell on this matter. After all, what was indecent compared to death? Although Zichun's team had a lot of crystals, there were still many people outside who hadn't refined their abilities yet. As the news spread, everyone began to move. Zichun purposely stayed a distance away so that everyone could enter and explore without a hitch. The monk lay not far from the entrance and told the people who went in what to take note of. A lot of nonsense. The last part of the reward was the most important. The people who went in didn't encounter any large-scale attacks. After you butt in and the others went in, it didn't take long for them to give out 3 flame crystals. Zichun refined one. The energy contained in it was indeed very impressive. The flame ability that was about to appear was also eliminated by Zichun. He didn't need this ability. He just needed to convert it all into energy. His body became stronger, but he still didn't awaken any abilities. This made Zichun somewhat depressed. Almost everyone in this team was proud and arrogant. None of them wanted to refine their abilities. After another 10 days, the crystal in front of Zhang Haoyan finally disappeared. He had refined the last bit of power. At this moment, a black hole appeared under him and his body descended into it. Zhang Haoyan disappeared, but nothing happened on the ground. The next moment, he appeared in front of Zichun. It was very sudden. Zichun's expression changed slightly. He only sensed it the moment the other party appeared. Chapter 46-41. Appearing in front of Zichun, this cold assassin had a smile on his face. It was unknown if it was because he hadn't smiled for a long time, but even if his smile was sincere, it didn't look good at all. Perhaps he would look better when he cried. Zichun ignored the other's smile, feeling his true feelings. What ability? Poison. Earth. Zhang Haoyan was a little excited. If this emotion was on other people, it would be very exciting. Zichun knew the former, but what did the latter mean? Zhang Haoyan's body landed, only half of his body on the ground. It looked like half of his body was buried in the ground, or half of his body had grown out of the ground. Zichun thought of the Insect King's method, and his eyes sparkled. These were clearly 2 different abilities, and for Zhang Haoyan, who was good at assassination, it couldn't be better. This was the Insect King's ability. Zhang Haoyan had acquired it, but he was still satisfied. Otherwise, after refining the crystal, he could have given up on these 2 abilities. It suits me. Zhang Haoyan emphasized. Very suitable. Zichun said, do you want to try it? Zhang Haoyan stood up again, and his face became cold again. Which one do you want to kill first? Zichun helplessly explained. I mean, you can get a few flame crystals first and find those big birds to practice with. Okay. Zhang Haoyan nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Forget it, it's not suitable. Let's find other targets. Zichun thought that this was the crystal given by Meiji, and Zhang Haoyan wanted to kill those big birds first after refining it. It was indeed a little unreasonable. One couldn't be like a monk. Zhang Haoyan nodded, indicating that he understood. The news about the other 3 entrances had spread out, and many people began to search. Not long after, there were new discoveries. In a certain area, there were many sharp blade dogs, and their fighting power was much stronger than the ones they had encountered before. In another 2 areas, there were quick shadow cats and flame rats. They appeared in a large area, and their fighting power was much stronger than those wandering existences. Many people guessed that there might be entrances in these 3 places. Zhang Haoyan, who heard the news, left alone. 3 days later, he returned with more than 10 crystals. These crystals were not small in size and contained even more power. The monk stepped forward with a smile, still planning to be a giant baby who reaps without sowing. However, he was kicked away by Zichun. If you don't move, you'll degenerate. Zichun took the crystals and began to refine them. Monk left this place where food and lodging were provided and joined the battlefield. After that, he had to rely on himself. He was just lazy, but his combat strength was still very strong. Su Mingyao and the others also joined the battle, refining and improving. Gradually, some natural awakened ones appeared. Each of them had awakened different abilities, and their combat power was steadily increasing. According to some rumors, all those who awakened their abilities here would become holy sages in the future. However, these holy sages also had differences in strength. Fortunately, all abilities could be converted. For example, if you didn't want the Sharp Blade Dog's ability, you could convert it into the ability of the Flame Rat or the Big Bird here. During the conversion process, a portion of the energy would be consumed, but it would not affect one's potential. During this period, many people began to convert their abilities. Most of them were converting into the Big Bird's ability. Compared to the Flame Rat, their abilities were much stronger. Therefore, this area was particularly popular, and because Zichun was in a favorable position, he also received some rewards in return. There was no danger coming from inside, and there were no signs of riots like last time. Zichun guessed that Meiji had acquiesced in this matter. Zichun's ability was still not awakened, but he had been improving. Without an ability, it was easy for him to kill those who had an ability. Zichun went to the crystal flame space again. It was the place where the big bird lived. Everyone had given it this name. Zichun paid attention to his surroundings as he went in. He found that many people were looking for the space where the big bird lived, but no one had really entered. Even if someone refined the power of the crystal flame here, they still couldn't enter those unique spaces. This made Zichun very puzzled. One must know that he could come and go freely in those spaces when he only ate an egg. Why didn't others go in even if they ate meat and refined the crystal flame? Could it be that these things couldn't compare to an egg? Zichun wanted to go to a space to take a look, so he easily walked in. Then, he found the place where the egg was. There was only one egg here, so it was clear that he had visited it before. The big bird that lived here had died, so the egg had no owner. After Zichun came in, he felt the high temperature. It was as if there were flames burning inside the egg. The big bird wanted to hatch? Zichun's expression changed slightly. After quietly observing for a while, he found that the flames had disappeared. Not long after, the flames appeared again. They lasted for a while before disappearing again. This process repeated. Zichun left this space and went to the second place, finding the same situation. It seemed like these spaces had owners. After the big bird died, new life would be born here. Some people noticed Zichun going in and out and were very shocked. It was a pity that not a single person could do it. They could only envy him. After walking through this place, Zichun understood why Meiji wasn't angry. It was because she didn't lose anything. It was always like this. Continuing to walk deeper, Zichun didn't encounter any obstacles until he met Mei-in. In the next moment, Mei-in brought him back to the room from before. Meiji was here. Have you decided? Do you want to go in now? Asked Meiji. Zichun shook his head and said, No, I came here to ask about the abilities. Why can the abilities here be converted to each other without any restrictions? This was something that Zichun cared about a lot, because there were a few abilities here that everyone could take if they wanted or not. There were no side effects, and they did not have to pay any price. The only thing that they had to pay was energy consumption, and because they were produced in this world, the conditions here were simply too good. How could there be such a good thing in this world? Zichun couldn't figure it out. Meiji said, Because the master is very kind. Zichun didn't understand. Meiji continued, The master treats us very well. He is very kind. So everything here is good. Zichun's eyes suddenly widened. He was shocked because this time he understood Meiji's words. Her master wasn't just a human. He might be the ruler of this world. The ruler of this world. What kind of powerful existence would that be? After all, killing some chickens and dogs here could give them the ability to break through to the Saint Venerable level. What kind of ability would a ruler have? An existence beyond the Saint Venerable level? This place is only good for you. Don't worry and improve your strength. But I haven't awakened any abilities yet. Maybe the time isn't right. Chapter 46-42. After walking out of that space, Zichun calmed down and continued to refine the crystals. Fights were happening everywhere. It was obvious that the situation was chaotic. Pei Wenyao would send the latest information every day. He said that Lei Zhang, Hong Tian, and the others who had been defeated last time had once again formed an alliance. They were attacking the Sharp Blade Dogs area in order to occupy an entrance. These people gathered again, most likely because they were worried about Zichun's revenge. After all, the defeat last time had left a big shadow in their hearts. From the beginning to the end, they didn't even see Zichun's face before they were defeated. Zichun wasn't surprised that the news was leaked. If the 4 entrances needed to be opened at the same time, Zichun could only release the news and strive to speed up the process. In Pei Wenyao's words, there were only a few people who hadn't awakened their abilities yet. In Zichun's team, there were the most people who had awakened their abilities naturally. However, in this team, there were more people who hadn't awakened their abilities, which was unique in this different world. For others, whether they could awaken their abilities naturally or not, they had already obtained an additional ability. After all, the ability here wouldn't affect their future awakening. Only Zichen and a few others, as well as a few others, were persisting. This kind of persistence was almost stubborn. The monk, who was fighting outside, suddenly returned on this day, which surprised Zichen a little. Here, refine it well. The monk threw a pile of crystals over. Why are you so generous? Zichen was a little puzzled. When have I ever been stingy? The monk said confidently, even if I don't have an ability, my combat power is unparalleled. Why would I care about these external things? Have you awakened your ability? Zichen tilted his head and looked at the monk, feeling that something was wrong. The monk's smile disappeared, and he said dejectedly, not yet, but it should be soon. Then you should refine these external things. Why are you giving them to me? Maybe I encountered a bottleneck and wanted to calm down, so I won't refine them for the time being. That's not right either. According to your temperament, even if you don't refine them, you will save them for future refinement? Presumptuous. Am I such a person? Zichen nodded seriously. Of course, Tyrant was such a person. However, he actually encountered a bottleneck, which made him somewhat unable to believe it. Although the two of them hadn't awakened their powers, they had always been growing. In Meiji's words, this was a good sign. However, if there was no room for growth and no power to awaken, wouldn't that mean that he couldn't become a holy venerate on his own? After all, this was the good and evil monk, an existence that had never been ordinary in his life. Perhaps this bottleneck had stimulated him, causing his mentality to change a little? Zichen felt some sympathy for this guy. Don't look at me like that. You're not much better off. The most important thing now is to quickly grow. Tyrant sighed and said, the heavens are jealous of talented people. Only a genius like me would encounter countless obstacles. But it's understandable. Who told me to be invincible? Even without advancing to Holy Venerate, he could already beat the crap out of those who could advance to Holy Venerate. Once he advanced to Holy Venerate, how powerful would he be? It looks like the world will have to call me Invincible Good and Evil, or Invincible Good and Evil. Hearing Tyrant's narcissistic words, Zichen relaxed. Although Tyrant was no longer greedy, as long as this shameless characteristic was still there wouldn't be a big problem. As for greed, under the shameless lead, it would soon kill its way back. It was rare for Tyrant to be so magnanimous, so Zichen did not hold back and refined it. The power of the crystals entered his body and continuously strengthened his physical body. He felt that he still had room for improvement. Furthermore, it was not small. After the last sharp blade dog died, a tunnel appeared in front of everyone. The tunnel was dark, and no one knew where it led to. Seeing this tunnel, everyone was shocked. However, no one rushed forward. Soon, the group of leaders heard the news and came here. Seeing the tunnel appear, joy appeared in their eyes. Mo Zhangtian said with certainty, it should be a tunnel that leads to another place. Everyone nodded. There was news that there were 4 tunnels. The opportunity is here. Gather everyone and prepare to enter, Mo Zhangtian said excitedly. Mo Shuang, who was standing at the back, said, my lords, why don't we wait a little longer? Everyone turned their heads and looked at Mo Shuang. Why should we wait? A leader of the god race asked. Since we were the first to discover the tunnel, we naturally have the biggest advantage. We can use this tunnel to gather some people. When everyone enters another level, the strength of the team will be even greater. With a simple explanation, everyone understood Mo Shuang's meaning. After all, everyone was smart. In fact, even without Mo Shuang's reminder, some of them would do the same. They would not miss out on such an opportunity to accumulate connections. There were even some people who planned to find another small mountain to gather their own connections. However, Mo Shuang's words directly made this matter clear. Hence, everyone could only continue to form an alliance. Just as these people began to move, the passageways in the other 2 directions also opened up one after another. In this place, the god race, devil race, and spirit race had yet to erupt in a large-scale battle. They were still in a cooperative relationship. Just as they were about to enter one after another, Zichun spread the news that the core members of the Holy Thunder Clan had arrived. There were also some members of the Holy Thunder Clan, such as the Jella family, the Pei family, and other families that were on good terms with Zichun. In addition, a group of people from the Holy Moon Clan had also arrived. They were led by Ubutian. The people from the Buddhist realm had also arrived. They had previously agreed that they would enter through this tunnel. In short, everyone who came to this world, as long as they were still alive, had to enter through these 4 doors. The only difference was who would enter first and who would enter later. The other 3 doors had already opened. Everyone entered one after another. Zichun still did not move. Behind him, many people had already arrived. They were waiting anxiously, because many people had already entered. Monk glanced at Zichun. He did not know what he was waiting for. Soon, Monk found out. Zichun was waiting for the entrance to open. The entrance to the crystal flame space had now become a huge tunnel. The tunnel was deep and dark. Many people exclaimed. No one had expected the entrance to be here. No one knew how to trigger the entrance to turn into a tunnel. Everyone can enter now. Zichun turned around and said. He was not the first to enter. Everyone was puzzled. Why was such a good thing not happening to them? Zichun did not explain. He just looked at everyone. Monk and the others immediately retreated and made way for the tunnel. At the back, the group of leaders looked at each other. Ubutian walked out and led the people of the Holy Moon Clan inside. The others followed and entered in an orderly manner. Asterisk, 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 asterisk. Meiji had said that the last to enter had some advantages over the first. For example, the danger might be lower. However, it was not absolute. Zichun chose to enter last not to reduce his own risk, but for Mei-yin. He wanted to bring Mei-yin in. Naturally, he could not let too many people know. When everyone entered, they cupped their fists at Zichun. They were grateful for his kindness. Tyrant and the others stood there and watched until all of them had walked in. Many people had come, and some of them were familiar with each other. However, it still took more than 4 hours. After everyone had entered, a beam of light appeared from behind the tunnel and came to Zichun's side. It was Mei-yin. She landed on Zichun's shoulder. It was unknown if there were others around, but she did not speak. Mei-yin stared ahead with an inexplicable look in her eyes. She no longer had any killing intent towards Zichun. After everyone had entered, it was Zichun's turn. Zichun waited for a while, but Meiji did not appear. It seemed that there was nothing else to say. Zichun waved his hand and motioned for everyone to enter. At that moment, Zichun did not know that Meiji was standing behind the tunnel, quietly watching him, or rather, them. Her originally small body had changed greatly. Her body was comparable to a mountain. Not only Meiji, but behind the other 3 tunnels, there were also 3 huge creatures. It was under their control that the tunnels could be opened. They were a rat, a dog, and a cat. The prerequisite for opening the tunnels was their willingness. If they were not willing, no one could enter Lu Tian Kingdom. Meiji, how is it? The sharp blade dog asked. It was unknown how far it was from Meiji, but its voice could be heard clearly. I don't know. Meiji shook her head. At that moment, Zichun was motioning for everyone to enter. He did not hear the conversation between the two. Mei-yin did not hear it either. I hope everything goes well. This world is no longer stable. With the strength of the 4 of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to protect it for long. The quick shadow cat muttered softly, I don't want the world left behind by Master to be destroyed just like that. The rat squeaked as if it was agreeing. Zichun walked in. After the last person entered, the 4 huge creatures closed the tunnels and returned to their original size. However, each of them looked tired and weak. It seemed that opening the 4 tunnels had taken a great toll on them. As his figure appeared, Zichun saw many people. They were the same people from before. After everyone entered, they did not appear in random places. They were all together. At that moment, everyone was looking around blankly. They did not know what was going on. Zichun turned around and saw that Mei-yin had disappeared without him noticing. They're all on our side. Seems like not everyone was teleported together. Pei Wenyao said. Because he had entered earlier, he appeared earlier than Zichun. Where are we going next? Pei Wenyao asked. If Mei-yin was still here, Zichun could ask her. But now that she had left, Zichun did not know where to go. He could only shake his head. Because they did not know anything about this place, when everyone left, they had purposely formed their own groups. Zichun stood where he was and looked around. He knew nothing about this place. After a while, Zichun looked at Su Mingyao, hoping that she could give him some advice. Su Mingyao shook her head. The qi here is very chaotic. I can't sense anything. Then there's nothing we can do. We'll just go wherever we go. Monk said. He was the same as Zichun. He had not awakened any abilities. And in Zichun's group, there were many who had not awakened. For example, the demon ape, Yu Ming, and Lin Shui. Chapter 46-43. It was a flame rat that was smaller than a rabbit. It was very common in the outside world and was not very powerful, but it had the ability to control flames. This ability overlapped with the abilities of the big birds, so in the beginning, when people did not have enough power, most of them chose the flame rat, which was easier to deal with. Later on, when they had the ability to kill the big birds, almost all of them turned into the flames of the big birds. Zichun was a bit surprised. He did not expect to see a flame rat here. Perhaps it was because it saw so many people, but after the flame rat revealed itself, it retracted its head and walked back the way it came. Zichun, who did not know where to go, pointed in the direction the flame rat left and said, "Let's go in that direction." It was said that people were as timid as mice. Now, where the flame rat went, it was relatively safe, right? The others said goodbye to each other and dispersed. During this time, many people went in the direction of the flame rat. Everyone followed Zichun and did not have any objections. Brother Zichun, take care. Yu Butian cupped his fists in the distance. Zichun nodded in response. Yu and Mingyue bowed to Yu Butian. When they were in the Moon Clan, he took care of them. The people from the Buddhist realm also came to say goodbye. Then, some people who were on good terms with them also came. There was another opportunity here, so they could not move together. In the end, they all chose a direction. As they moved forward, Zichun looked around. There was a great opportunity here, and whether he could awaken his abilities depended on this place. The Holy Masters and half-step Holy Masters did not appear in that area. There were many of them, so they should be here. Perhaps they would meet soon. The flame rat was in Zichun's perception, so Zichun silently followed it. Perhaps the flame rat would lead him home. That way, would he be able to catch all of the flame rats? Zichun had not killed a flame rat before, but he had eaten rat meat before. It tasted very good. There were many people in his group, so if he could find the flame rat's nest and catch all of them, he would be able to fill his stomach. Zhang Haoyan walked on the left side of the group, while He Feng walked on the right. They had all awakened their abilities and could deal with unexpected situations. After following the flame rat for several li, the flame rat suddenly burrowed into the ground and disappeared from Zichun's perception range. After losing his target, Zichun heard the sounds of battle. He looked up and saw a group of beasts. It was a herd of deer. Their bodies were comparable to wildebeests, and their bodies were circulating with varying amounts of light. They were rampaging about. Many people who tried to get close were sent flying. Yes, they are capable. Su Mingyao stood in front of Zichun and looked at the battle ahead. There were more than 100 deer in his field of vision, and each of them was glowing. As the lights lit up one by one, their strength increased by a lot. Seems like every one of them is capable. Zichun stood off in the distance and didn't immediately approach. He watched as an astral killed a deer and immediately retreated with the corpse in tow. When he reached a safe area, he opened up the deer's stomach and pulled out a sparkling crystal. There are power crystals. The existence holding the power crystal shouted loudly. He was very excited. There were still many people watching in the distance. After hearing the other party's words, they approached. It seemed like they wanted to catch all the deer here and get all the crystals. Zhang Haoyan was eager to try. He glanced at Zichun and asked, "Should we go?" "Forget it." Zichun shook his head and said, "Let's familiarize ourselves with this place first. As for the crystals, I believe there will be a lot of them." They had just arrived and already encountered a herd of deer. He believed that there would be a lot of opportunities like this. If every crystal represents a different ability, then the deer in front of us must have the ability to increase speed, and maybe even the ability to increase strength. Looking at the battle ahead, Su Mingyao made a simple analysis. Many people surrounded the deer. They really wanted to kill all the deer. Their abilities might not be strong, but they could be refined to increase their own strength. Let's go. Zichun withdrew his gaze and said. He didn't want to fight here. Since there are deer here, there might be other animals. Since deer have abilities, I'm curious about the abilities of those carnivores. Xing Chen smiled. He came later and had already awakened Xing Chen's ability. Mingyu, brilliant, Xing Chen, and Lei Ting. Other than Lei Ting, the others had arrived. As for where Lei Ting went, Zichun didn't know. Lin Shui, Su Mingyao, Wang Xian and Shangguan Yu were here. However, Yi Qian didn't appear. Zichun wasn't sure if Yi Qian had come in. After that, it was the demon ape, monk, Zhang Haoyan, Yu Ming, and He Feng. Just when everyone decided to leave, a strong aura suddenly appeared in front of them. Along with the appearance of this aura, everyone felt a strong threat. It came from the direction of the battlefield. Zichun turned his head. He saw an even bigger deer running over. It was like the king of the deer. Its speed was even faster. The moment it got close, it knocked the humans away. After landing, they were injured to varying degrees. What fast speed! Many existences with the speed Shadow Cat ability couldn't dodge it. Zhang Haoyan's expression changed. A gap appeared in the original encirclement, and the Deer King rushed in. The surrounding teams panicked for a moment, but they soon became excited. With such a big guy, wouldn't the quality of the crystals obtained after killing it be even higher? Zichun thought so too. Because of the Insect King that Meiji killed, Zhang Haoyan's strength increased greatly. However, the Insect King was difficult to kill. What about the Deer King in front of them? Boundless light lit up under the Deer King's feet. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth began to surge like rolling clouds in the sky. Dozens of lights appeared on the Deer King's body. These lights gathered and intersected in front of its body. Under its feet, a magic array appeared. The magic array seemed to be carved by an ancient magic array master. It was very complicated and emitted a sense of vicissitudes. Under the light of the magic array, the Deer King's body faintly glowed with a green light, as if a layer of green shield was protecting its body. At this moment, the Deer King, who stood in the middle of the magic array, was powerful and terrifying. It raised its two hooves and stomped on the ground. A ripple spread out. Under the effect of this ripple, everyone nearby fell to the ground. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake, rumbling. A few existences in the distance were barely standing. Their bodies were also glowing with light, but there were not many of them. The Deer King's figure suddenly disappeared. Like a green stream of light, it appeared in front of the crowd in the blink of an eye. Along with a series of loud noises, the humans who were still standing were all sent flying. They fell to the ground and coughed up blood, wailing in pain. A group of people was no match for the Deer King. Such a huge commotion did not cause any harm to the surrounding fawns. The light on the Deer King's body receded, and its powerful aura disappeared. It glanced at the people on the ground, but did not kill them. Instead, it turned and left. Before leaving, it looked in Zichun's direction. Zichun was shocked. It walked at a leisurely pace. It was very elegant as it led its people away calmly. Very strong. Only when the Deer King was far away did someone exclaim besides Zichun. If it wanted to kill them, I don't think any of them would have survived. Monk nodded. For some reason, he did not speak much recently. It was not in line with his character. How can it be so strong? Zichun was also in disbelief. The light of power on the surface of its body is exceptionally large, Lin Shui said. She had noticed earlier that every person in battle had a light of power on their body. It was just that the Deer King had more of it. There are 99 of them. Su Mingyao looked at the Deer King's departing figure. It had a total of 99 of them. Zichun thought back to what Meiji had said before. She had said that after coming here, he would be able to clearly see his own strength. Could it be that this was how it appeared? The ability appeared in the form of laws here, forming streaks of power? Did the increase in quantity mean an increase in strength? Zichun looked at Zhang Haoyan. Whether this was the reason or not, he would know with a try. Zhang Haoyan's body lit up. His body slowly sank into the ground. On the surface of his body, there were 18 streaks of power. Zichen looked at Xingchen. Xingchen had awakened the power of stars. He emitted a silver glow. There were 14 streaks. Wang Xian, Er's light of sword will was 16 streaks. Green light flowed on the surface of He Feng's body. The light was further divided into 15 streaks of power. The light of power on the surface of everyone's body was different in color and quantity. However, they all appeared in terms of quantity. In the previous area, when they awakened their ability, the light was the same. There were no other differences. After refining the crystals, they could feel their own growth. However, no one knew how much they had grown. But here, everything was clearly displayed. Or rather, it was more concrete. Zichun had not awakened his ability. Therefore, he was considered a person without ability. Naturally, there was no light of quantity. The others who had awakened their ability were clearly displayed. Mine is 8 streaks. Pei Wenyao was still in the team. He had the least amount of light. Zichen said, "In this way, we have a direction. We have a clearer understanding of our own strength and the strength of our enemies. Whether there is any improvement in the future, it will be clear." Although he said this, the light formation under the Deer King's hooves still gave Zichen a great shock. If he was not wrong, the 99 streaks of power were the reason for the Deer King's strength. However, the addition of the light formation also played a significant role. Now, the power was clearly displayed here. While Zichun was confident, he was also full of anticipation. When would his ability awaken? Chapter 46-44. The fire rat from before had disappeared, and the Deer King had also left with the herd of deer. Zichun and company could only move forward, but they deliberately avoided the Deer King's direction. Based on his perception, the Deer King's combat strength was tyrannical. If he wanted to kill, none of them would have survived. Why did he not kill? Zichun could not understand. When they came to a place with a wide field of vision, the group stopped again. Zichun walked up to a high ground and looked around. After a while, Zichun retracted his gaze. "It's not a good idea to continue walking like this. Let's take a rest first and scout the surroundings." Zhang Haoyan left the group and walked into the distance. His ability was not only useful for assassination, but also for scouting. Suddenly, the cry of an eagle came from the sky, and a huge creature swooped down quickly. It was a giant eagle, its feathers the color of steel, reflecting a cold light. Dozens of rays of light appeared on the giant eagle's body, and a powerful aura emerged. The surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered towards the giant eagle, and an ancient array appeared under its body. Just like the Deer King from before, the giant eagle swooped down. The next moment, the giant eagle soared into the sky. Its claws carried its prey, and the prey's body had nearly 30 rays of light of power. Although they were far away, Zichun could still see it clearly, and his expression changed. When the others saw this, their expressions changed as well. Just that prey alone had more light of power than them. The demon ape said in a low voice, "It's an existence comparable to the Deer King." Zichun could not retract his gaze until the giant eagle disappeared. "It seems like we shouldn't go too deep for now. Let's just explore this area." Whether it was the Deer King from before or the giant eagle just now, they both had the strength to kill them. They had just arrived in this world and should not have reached the core of this kingdom. If it was so dangerous, what was in the core? Not long after, Zhang Haoyan returned, but this time, he appeared from underground. His expression was grave. There are many powerful existences, and each of them can condense a light array under their feet. It's not easy to force our way through. I was tracked by a silver wolf, so I came back from underground. Zichen nodded and said, "Then we'll stay here for the time being. Let's increase our strength first." Pei Wenyao went out to scout for information. After all, there were many people who came in this time. Perhaps they would find something different. During this time, Zhang Haoyan went out again and hunted a deer. This was everyone's food today. I saw the Deer King. It also noticed me, but it didn't do anything. Zhang Haoyan said hesitantly, "It seems to agree with my actions." Zichen guessed, "Perhaps as long as we don't kill them all, the Deer King won't make a move." While Zichun was grilling the meat, Pei Wenyao came back. At present, everyone knows that the depths are dangerous, so they will temporarily stay in this area. They call the people and animals who have awakened their powers the Light Realm. As for those at the Deer King's level, they are called the Array Realm. To enter the depths, one has to have the strength of the Array Realm. Pei Wenyao said, at present, everyone is already planning to join forces to kill a Formation Realm expert. That was because the grade of the crystals obtained from killing a Formation Realm expert would be higher, which would help increase everyone's strength. They asked if you would like to participate. Zichun, who was flipping the meat, said, with everyone's current strength, the success rate of joining forces to kill a Formation Realm expert is almost zero. Our main goal now is to increase our strength. As for other things, let's not think about it for now. After eating, Zichun continued to refine the crystals. He still had a lot on him. He left the people in charge of guarding him while the others began to refine the crystals. Everyone's Light Realm power was slowly increasing. A herd of deer was eating grass. Even though they were all ability users, they did not change their nature of being vegetarians. The Deer King was not in this group. Suddenly, a deer seemed to have discovered something. It raised its head and looked around vigilantly. Just as it was paying attention to its surroundings, a person suddenly jumped out from the ground. He grabbed its head and twisted it hard. With a cracking sound, the deer lost all signs of life. The other deer saw this and immediately began to run. They did not hesitate to activate their powers. Different powers surrounded their bodies, and their speed instantly increased. At this moment, another person jumped out from the bushes. He instantly approached a deer and punched it in the head. With a bang, the deer was sent flying. After falling to the ground, it struggled for a while before dying. Zichun went forward and dragged the corpse away. Zhang Haoyan followed behind, bringing along his prey as well. The two of them had a tacit understanding of each other. Moreover, they often hunted here, so they knew where the Deer King's bottom line was. Once these deer were in danger of being wiped out, the Deer King would definitely appear. He would not kill them, but would only help them out. Just as they returned to the temporary camp, the Devil Ape and Xing Chun also came back with their prey. Zichun still had not awakened his ability. Other than him and the monk, everyone else had awakened their abilities. In the past month, everyone's improvement was obvious. Zhang Haoyan had refined the Insect King's crystal, so his realm was the highest. Currently, his light of strength had reached 23 rays. The others were slightly slower. However, in the past few days, Zhang Haoyan realized that the effect of refining the crystals was not as good as before. He did not know if the crystals had lost their effect, or if he had reached a bottleneck. There was a castle in the depths. There were many servants in the castle, and it was very lively. They were all beautiful ladies. They wore extremely thin dresses, and many parts of their fair skin were exposed. There were many guards outside the castle. These guards stood upright on both sides. They were only half the height of a human and looked extremely ugly. They looked like half-beastmen. They were not humans. They were from the Gashan tribe, or rather, the Gashan tribe. A man in white walked out of the castle. He looked sleepy, as if he had just woken up. Wherever he passed, the beautiful women would bow and greet him with a gentle voice. He came outside the castle and looked at the guards. He yawned. "King." A fox came forward quickly and spoke in human language. "Many humans have come to our kingdom." "Oh?" The man in white's eyes lit up. "Many?" "Yes, there are many of them," the fox said. The man in white looked into the distance and his gaze became deep. He nodded. "The east wind has arrived. Our plan can be carried out. Immediately give the order to surround and annihilate those humans." The fox looked at the guards on both sides and rolled its eyes. "Lord Gashan?" The man in white waved his hand. "Not for now. Let's see the quality of those humans first." "Yes." The fox turned and left. Its walking posture was just like a human. Chapter 46-45. For some reason, the gentle little beasts in the past few days suddenly became irritable. Even the herbivorous deer began to attack. As long as a human approached, they would attack. The originally gentle Deer King also appeared frequently and seriously injured many people. The flame rat, the sharp blade dog, and the others were also restless. Everyone noticed this abnormality, but they did not know the reason. Zhang Haoyan even went out to investigate, but he did not bring back any valuable information. When you go out, you must travel together. Be careful as much as possible. Zichen ordered early in the morning. It was worth mentioning that he still had not awakened his ability. Fortunately, there was still Monk accompanying him. Otherwise, he would be the only one dragging them down. The person who used to be the first was now the last in the team. Fortunately, Zichen's strength was not bad, and his speed was not inferior to those who had awakened their abilities. Otherwise, he would really be a burden. Su Mingyao, who was cultivating, opened her eyes. She felt a strong sense of uneasiness, but she did not know why. In fact, she had this feeling a few days ago, but it had become more and more intense. However, there seemed to be a faint force here that blocked her premonition of danger. Retreat. Feeling so uneasy today, Su Mingyao suddenly made up her mind. Everyone, retreat. Leave this place. Everyone looked at Su Mingyao, waiting for an explanation. I don't know the details, but I feel that retreating is the right thing to do. Her eyes looked into the distance. There might be a great danger ahead. Zichun had gone out to hunt and had not returned yet. Everyone did not know what to do. Monk, who also had not awakened his ability, said, "Then let's retreat." "Retreat now. I will stay here and wait for Zichun." Monk asked again, "Where should we retreat to?" "I don't know." "Then let's not worry about it. Just retreat." At this moment, Zichen and Zhang Haoyan returned from the front with their prey. Along the way, Zichen's expression was solemn because today's prey was more murderous and alert. Seeing everyone stand up, Zichen was puzzled. Su Mingyao told Zichen about her uneasiness and her decision. Without hesitation, Zichen said, "In that case, let's retreat." Since they didn't have a precise location and target, Zichen added, "Just retreat until we have nowhere to go." Everyone began to retreat. However, they had only retreated a few miles when Zhang Haoyan, who was in charge of bringing up the rear, cried out in alarm. "Look!" Everyone turned their heads when they heard the voice. They saw countless clouds of dust rising from the distant horizon like a tornado. What is this? Sandstorm? Everyone had doubts in their hearts, but they secretly rejoiced. Everyone had dodged it. At this moment, Su Mingyao's voice sounded again. "Retreat. Danger." Zichun had his perception, but the smoke had not yet entered the range of his perception, so he did not know what was happening in front of him. However, everyone had absolute trust in Su Mingyao. Thus, they immediately sped up and retreated. The smoke and dust rapidly moved forward, surpassing the speed at which everyone was retreating. Then, the smoke and dust appeared in Zichen's perception. It was a silver wolf. Wolf pack. Zichen's expression immediately changed. The wolf pack was surrounded by silver light, and each of them had no less than 20 rays of light. In addition, there was an even larger silver wolf. Its body did not release any light, and it was in the center of the pack. Without guessing, Zichen knew that it was a silver wolf king with the strength of the formation state. In Zichen's perception, the number of wolves was close to 100. It was not something that their small team could fight against. Moreover, the silver wolves were extremely fast. The smoke and dust they brought along was like a sandstorm. "Damn it, they're coming for us." Along the way, prey appeared, but the silver wolves ignored them. This made Zichen very certain that their target was their group. Soon, the devilish apes also saw the pack of silver wolves behind them, and their expressions changed. In the current team, the most powerful one was Zhang Haoyan with 24 rays of light. Among the silver wolves, there were at least 20 rays of light. Not only were there more rays of light, but their speed was also much faster. Zichen glanced at Su Mingyao and asked, "Is there a way to get out of here?" "No, we can only retreat." Su Mingyao's Tao of divination was suppressed here, and she could not sense the correct location of the chance of survival. Zichen said in a deep voice, "You guys go first. I'll cover you." He held the newly polished bone knife and stared ahead. The wolf bones are harder. It seems that I'll have a more suitable bone knife next. As soon as Zichen stopped, everyone stopped as well, no longer running away. "What are you guys doing?" Zichen looked at everyone. There aren't many wolves. We should be able to fight them. The devil ape also had a bone knife in his hand. The other's eyes also became determined. There was no reason to leave Zichen alone, because it was obvious that they wanted Zichen to die. No one could stop a pack of wolves, not to mention Zichen, who had not awakened his powers. Pei Wenyao also stopped, leaving Zichen alone. He understood that Zichen could only die, let alone the others. At this moment, Pei Wenyao finally understood how important Zichen was to them, and how important they were to Zichen. He was willing to die for everyone without hesitation, and everyone was the same. To be honest, he was envious. But this kind of friendship was not something to be envied. All right, let's fight and retreat. On the battlefield, Zichen was never a hesitant person. He held the bone knife in his hand and advanced instead of retreating. It's been a long time since we fought side by side. The devil ape and Xing Chun followed closely behind. The devil ape felt its blood boiling. Zhang Haoyan went underground. The monk took a step forward. He was supposed to be the most active, but he did not express his thoughts. This was rare. Looking at the humans who rushed over, the Silver Wolf King's eyes flashed with ridicule. Zichen took a step forward, and as he brushed past a silver wolf, he viciously smashed the demon bone in his hand down. With a crack, the silver wolf's bones were broken by Zichen's attack. It fell to the ground and could not stand up again. Zichen was not happy that he had made a silver wolf lose its combat ability with one attack. This was because it was very strenuous. Under the situation where he had not awakened his powers, he had to rely on pure strength. He could only use this kind of attack a few times. Moreover, the bone knife in his hand cracked after just one attack. On the other side, the devil ape and Xing Chun had already rushed forward. The two of them each faced a silver wolf. The powerful shockwaves caused the silver wolves to fly backward. Both of them felt their hearts sink. This time, it was really not good. Chapter 46:46. There were more than 100 silver wolves, and each of them had more than 20 rays of light surrounding them. Bam! 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 The silver wolves that surrounded them were sent flying one after another. Zichen had a few more wounds on his body. He believed that his physical defense was pretty good, but the wolf claws were sharper. The monk threw a heavy punch on the silver wolf's head, sending it flying for more than 10 feet. The silver wolf fell to the ground and rolled. The light on its body dimmed a little, but it didn't die. It got up, swayed its body a few times, and shook its head a few times. After it regained consciousness, it launched another attack. Zhang Haoyan, who knew how to conceal himself, appeared in front of a silver wolf in an instant. The bone blade in his hand immediately pierced through the silver wolf's chin. The silver wolf's body started to struggle unconsciously. Zhang Haoyan pulled out the bone blade and disappeared. Jie! Jie! The demon ape let out a bloodthirsty cry. The beast bone in its hand smashed forward crazily, repelling the silver wolves one after another. But it only repelled them. Wang Xian held a long bone spear in her hand. 20 rays of sword intent flowed on the bone spear, making it even colder. She pierced the eye of a silver wolf that pounced over, and the bone spear went straight into its brain. Wang Xian retreated, and the silver wolf landed on the ground. At the place where she was standing, a few silver wolves' attacks missed. The bone blade in Zichen's hand shattered, and the second silver wolf was killed by him with all his strength. His right hand was trembling, and his face was pale. These silver wolves weren't like the cats and dogs from before. They were hard to kill. Su Mingyao waved her sleeves gently, and a hazy light swept across. The few silver wolves that attacked Zichen were sent flying by a huge force. Netherworld bit the neck of a silver wolf. He was entangled with the silver wolf's body, and they kept rolling around. Beside it, a hurricane appeared and swept away the approaching silver wolves one by one. Netherworld had been with Hei Feng all these years, and they cooperated very well. A green light flashed in front of Lin Shui. She cooperated with Shangguan Yu to fight against the silver wolves. Brilliant light shot out in all directions, and it was extremely dazzling. The powerful attacks injured the silver wolves one by one. Ming Yu was beside her, and the two of them cooperated. As for Pei Wenyao, He attacked while dodging. He was mostly trying to protect his own life, because with his strength, as long as he faced the silver wolf head-on, he would most likely be killed. There were a lot of silver wolves, and under the situation of a swarm, it was very difficult to kill one in an instant. Although everyone had awakened their abilities, they did not have much light of power. Coupled with the fact that they did not have a suitable weapon, this battle was exceptionally difficult. The Silver Wolf King stood in the distance, silently watching the battle. These humans couldn't even fight against its subordinates, let alone a king like it. There was brutality in its eyes. It glanced at Su Mingyao and the other women from time to time. No one knew what it was thinking. It was an intelligent creature, but it couldn't speak yet. Pong! Zichen's fist landed, forcing a silver wolf to retreat. At the same time, several wounds appeared on his body. When he turned around, he saw that almost everyone was wounded, and less than 1/10 of the silver wolves had died. They couldn't hesitate any longer. If they continued to fight, they would all die. Retreat! Zichen shouted. All of you retreat immediately. Facing such a dangerous situation, death was inevitable, so Zichen decisively made a choice. No retreat. The devil ape's eyes stared ahead. What haven't we seen before? Why would we care about these silver wolves? At this moment, the devil ape had many wounds on its body. Some of them were so deep that bones could be seen. Even if I die here, I won't retreat. All of you go first. The others did not speak, but their resolute attitude made everything clear, because everyone knew that at this moment, whoever stayed would die. This world is more dangerous than I imagined. Everyone retreat immediately, or we will all die here. Zichen said angrily, when that time comes, who will avenge the dead? Seeing that everyone was still unmoved, Zichen said again, Mingyao, take everyone in retreat. Su Mingyao's eyes showed hesitation. All of you retreat. Zichen and I will stay here. Don't worry, I have a way to bring him back. This time, it was Zhang Haoyan who spoke. The current situation forced them to retreat. This was a choice between all of them dying, or some of them dying. In just a few short sentences, more wounds were added to everyone's bodies. The Silver Wolf King in front seemed to have sensed everyone's intentions. It, who was originally just watching the battle, suddenly walked forward. Seeing this, Zichen shouted, "Let's go." These silver wolves were no match for it. Once the king attacked, everyone would die. Suddenly, a powerful aura emerged from the Silver Wolf King. This aura made everyone's expression change, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth gathered towards it. 99 rays of light appeared, and a light array appeared under the Silver Wolf King's feet. It was indeed the array realm. Feeling the powerful aura in front of him, Tyrant sighed and said, "All of you, stop fighting. Everyone retreat immediately and leave me alone." Zichen looked at Tyrant, puzzled. Tyrant said with a calm expression, "Believe me, I can do it. Everyone, leave. Don't leave anyone behind." Tyrant's condition wasn't normal, and it wasn't a day or two ago. For example, he rarely refined crystals. Although his shamelessness was still there, his greedy nature had faded a lot. Other than that, Tyrant's behavior was normal, so Zichen didn't suspect him. He just felt that Tyrant was the same as him, who hadn't awakened his powers. He, who loved to save face, was a little depressed. Looking at the calm Tyrant, Zichen clearly felt that something was wrong. So did the others. "Hurry up and leave, or we'll die." Tyrant shouted and rushed forward. "Don't look back, keep going." Light appeared on Tyrant's body as he rushed forward. That was the sign of an ability. Could it be that Tyrant had awakened his powers? When did this happen? 1 ray, 2 rays, 3 rays of light appeared on Tyrant's body. These rays of light weren't golden, nor were they Buddhist lights. They were black. They were extremely pure and surged with an evil aura. The number of rays of light was still increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 20 rays. This was the highest level of the team. However, this wasn't the end. It was just the beginning. The rays of light continued to appear, and the speed was extremely fast. 25, 30, 35, 40, 48 rays. Not only did Tyrant awaken his powers, but his power had also reached a terrifying 48 rays. Obviously, it wasn't a day or two ago that Tyrant had awakened his powers, but he didn't tell everyone. Why didn't he tell them? Zichen only took a glance and knew the reason. Under the shroud of the black aura, Tyrant seemed to have turned into a demon. Under such circumstances, it was uncertain if Tyrant could still maintain his rationality. Therefore, Zichen decisively signaled everyone to retreat. As they retreated, Zichen saw Tyrant being surrounded by a pack of silver wolves. However, in the next moment, it was like a bomb had exploded. A powerful aura wreaked havoc, and those silver wolves that had stepped forward were all sent flying. Tyrant, who was surrounded by black light, rushed toward the Silver Wolf King. Chapter 46-47. Boom. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble, and a visible ripple spread out in all directions. The nearby silver wolves, the corpses on the ground, and the flowers and grass were all swept away. Only the monk and the Silver Wolf King were left in the field. There was a difference of one realm between the two, so the number of light of power was quite different as well. However, the monk was able to block the attack of the Silver Wolf King. Zichen and the rest had already retreated far away. He knew the monk very well. He had awakened his power but did not explain it because he could not control it. That was the evil intention, the evil of good and evil. The monk was not in the right state because he had awakened the evil intention first. How could he suppress the evil intention without the good intention? This was also the main reason why he rarely refined the crystals. He was afraid that he would lose control. Let's go. Zichen looked back again. The silver wolves had surrounded the monk again. Zhang Haoyan, stay behind and watch the monk. After saying that, everyone retreated decisively. Zhang Haoyan nodded. He drilled into the ground and approached the battlefield. Zhang Haoyan appeared not far from the battlefield and looked at the monk who was showing his power. Only the monk in the light realm was able to fight evenly with the Silver Wolf King. The surrounding silver wolves were eyeing the monk covetously, waiting for an opportunity to strike. At this moment, the corpses of the silver wolves were scattered around Zhang Haoyan. The monk was full of energy and should be able to hold on for a while. Fortunately, Zhang Haoyan went directly to the periphery and began to secretly harvest the silver wolves' crystals. This would be very useful for his future cultivation. Of course, the prerequisite was that they could avoid this disaster. Another explosion came from afar. The nearby silver wolves were sent flying again. A few of them were injured and could not stand up for a long time. Zhang Haoyan used his concealment technique and quietly approached them. He gave them a fatal blow and then took the crystals away and continued to hide. He was like a thief on the battlefield, specializing in stealing the silver wolves' crystals. Oh, war. Perhaps the Silver Wolf King was really angry because it could not defeat the monk after a long time. After being forced back by the monk, it let out a long howl toward the sky. Then, another howl came from the horizon. There was smoke and dust on the horizon again. Zhang Haoyan saw another pack of wolves appear in his field of vision. They were flying over quickly. As they got closer, Zhang Haoyan could clearly see that the corners of these wolves' mouths were stained with blood. They should have participated in the battle. Among these silver wolves, there was also a wolf king. Zhang Haoyan's expression immediately changed. This was not good. A portion of the wolves charged towards the monk, while the rest continued to charge forward. It was the direction Zichen and the others had left in. The two wolf kings went up against Tyrant. With them joining hands, Tyrant had no chance of winning. In an instant, the monk was at a disadvantage. Zhang Haoyan gritted his teeth and approached the monk. Bang! The powerful shockwave sent Tyrant's body flying. When he landed on the ground, he coughed out blood. At this moment, there were dozens of wounds of various sizes on his body. However, he did not feel the slightest bit of pain. As he stood up, he once again launched an attack at the Wolf King. His aura was filled with evil intent. His eyes had turned black, and his expression was extremely cold. He no longer had the appearance of a treasure. There was only slaughter, endless slaughter. The other silver wolves did not dare to approach at all. Once they did, they would die. Tyrant seemed to have turned into an emotionless fighting machine. After falling to the ground, he stood up again, no matter how serious his injuries were. However, facing the pincer attack of the two wolf kings, Tyrant's condition was getting worse and worse. In the end, he directly fell to the ground in the distance, his body motionless. This time, he could not even stand up. The two wolf kings waited for a while, but still, the figure in the grass did not stand up. The other silver wolves immediately rushed forward and soon found that there was no one there. The two wolf kings were obviously stunned. When they came closer, they found that the human on the ground was indeed gone. Woo! The wolf king let out a howl. It was unknown whether it was out of anger or some other emotion. Then, the two groups of wolves joined forces and chased in the direction Zichun and the others left. Zichun and the others were still retreating. No one knew how long they would have to retreat for. At this moment, everyone had wounds of different sizes on their bodies. Some were deep, and some were shallow. For such a group, it was extremely rare to see such serious injuries. Even when they were adventuring in the past, they were not in such a sorry state. If they were in the Saint Spirit realm, each of them would be able to hold their own. However, in this place, they were almost annihilated when facing just over 100 wolves. Everyone's mood was very heavy. They looked back from time to time. They did not see any silver wolves, which meant that Tyrant had stopped them. They were relieved and worried at the same time. "They're here." Devil Ape's voice sounded. Smoke and dust appeared in their field of vision again. Everyone's heart sank. The silver wolves were here again. What about Tyrant? What about Zhang Haoyin? Hurry up. Zichun gritted his teeth. Now was not the time to be sad. They could only try their best to escape. However, there was nothing else along the way. How could they escape? Perhaps they would soon follow in Tyrant's footsteps. Zichun, who had been feeling good along the way, now felt regretful. His awakening ability was too slow. Otherwise, everyone would not have been so passive. There's a sea of flowers in front. Let's go. Su Mingyao's eyes lit up when she saw a patch of vegetation in front of them. The vegetation was filled with colorful flowers. The silver wolves behind them were getting closer. They were less than 300 feet away. Not only were they all here, but their numbers seemed to have increased. In Zichun's perception, there were actually 2 wolf kings inside. The sea of flowers was a path that everyone had to pass through. They could only charge forward. However, could the vegetation stop the silver wolves? Obviously not. They were the first ones to stop them. After entering the range of the sea of flowers, their speed slowed down. However, there was also an advantage. The vegetation here affected the silver wolves' speed. If there was no way to retreat, this would be a good place to fight to the death. Although the end result might be that everyone was annihilated. Let's fight to the death here. Zichun turned around and looked at the approaching wolves with a murderous look in his eyes. At this moment, Zichun was shocked to find that the wolves had stopped and did not approach the sea of flowers. The others also noticed the situation and were very puzzled. The silver wolves stopped outside the sea of flowers for a moment and then retreated bit by bit. Zichun saw fear in their eyes. The silver wolves were terrified. What was in the sea of flowers? Or could it be that there was something behind them? Chapter 46-48. Turning around, Zichun saw a bunch of blooming flowers standing tall. The petals and stamens were like human faces, looking down at them from above. Originally, the flowers were only half the height of a person. Unexpectedly, they had grown so tall, like living creatures that could open their mouths at any time and reveal their sharp fangs. They had not escaped from the wolf's mouth, but now they had entered the tiger's mouth. The others' expressions changed. They stood there, not daring to move. Who would have thought that there would be danger in this field of flowers? The silver wolves let out low growls and slowly retreated. After some consideration, they seemed to be giving up on pursuing Zichun's group. Seeing that even the silver wolves did not dare to approach them, Zichun became even more worried. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhang Haoyin drilled out from the ground, carrying the monk who had fainted and was covered in blood. However, as soon as he appeared, Zhang Haoyin stood there, motionless. In an instant, more than a dozen flowers appeared around him, eyeing him covetously. The flowers had slender branches, like poisonous snakes raising their heads. Zhang Haoyan glanced at Zichun and asked with his eyes. Zichun had a helpless expression. Woo! The Silver Wolf King let out a long howl. The silver wolves began to retreat decisively and soon disappeared. They retreated just like that. Zichun's group did not feel relieved. Instead, they felt even more nervous. These dangerous flowers had yet to launch an attack. They could not continue like this. Everyone's injuries needed treatment, and they could not afford to waste time. Zichun planned to retreat slowly so as not to provoke them. It's fate to be here. Why don't you come and sit? At this moment, a light voice sounded. The flowers in front of them began to sway, and countless petals flew up. A woman in a long white dress leisurely walked over amidst the dancing petals. The fragrance of the flowers filled the air. Zichun held his breath, worried that it was highly toxic. Don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. The woman smiled gently and looked at the group with her long and narrow eyes. She's so beautiful that it makes people jealous. She glanced at the faces of Su Mingyao and the others, and then looked at the others. Finally, her eyes rested on Zichun. Looking at the alert Zichun, she repeated, Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. Zichun didn't say anything. The flowers on both sides were like human faces, eyeing him covetously. If this was called no malice, then Zichun really didn't know what was. Most importantly, the silver wolves that could kill them had retreated. The flowers here were obviously more terrifying than the silver wolves. What about this woman? My name is Mild Fragrance. The woman gently waved her hand, and the flower immediately returned to its original state, swaying with the wind. Everything returned to normal. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. If I did, you guys wouldn't be alive. Dan Xiang stood in the middle of the sea of flowers and looked at them quietly. Zichun cupped his fists and said, Thank you for saving my life. Since you're here, why don't you come to my place? Mild Fragrance said, And if you leave now, you might encounter the silver wolves of Gashan. Then I'll have to trouble you. Zichun cupped his fists again. In the current situation, they had no choice but to go. Follow me. Mild Fragrance turned around and led the way. Her slender fingers swayed between the flowers as if she was playing a zither. The flowers began to sway and release rays of light. These were all fluorescent pollen, and they carried a unique fragrance as they scattered in the surroundings. When everyone smelled the fragrance, they were shocked. The pollen that fell on their bodies actually stopped bleeding when it touched their wounds. Some small wounds even healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was a miracle. This was the goodwill shown by Mild Fragrance. Zichun cupped his fists again and was about to thank her. Mild Fragrance said, You're welcome. It's fate that you guys can come here. I believe in fate. Zhang Haoyan carried Monk and walked at the back. The black gas that was circulating around Monk's body had disappeared. He, who had fainted, was breathing steadily as if he had fallen into a deep sleep. The flowers on both sides swayed and made way for everyone. Walking in the sea of flowers, Mild Fragrance was like a flower fairy. There was nothing else here except for flowers. The flowers were colorful and varied. At a glance, it was as if they were in a sea of flowers with no end in sight. Countless pollen fluttered in the air. Su Mingyao and the rest gradually calmed down and began to appreciate this rare scene. A smile appeared on everyone's face. Women in the world seemed to like beautiful things. Even Devil Ape and the rest gradually let down their guard. Finally, Zichun saw a building. It was a wooden building with 2 floors. The surroundings were filled with flowers, like a greenhouse. There was a small fenced courtyard outside. The fences were also filled with flowers of various colors. Mild Fragrance invited everyone into the small courtyard and into a room. She personally poured tea for everyone. It was a type of flower tea. It was not as simple as just 100 types of flowers. It was the best among the hundreds of flowers. The tea was good, but Zichun still did not let down his guard. Why did this woman who lived in the sea of flowers want to save them? Why did she invite them back? After all, they did not know each other. Zichun suddenly had a guess in his heart. Could it be that under the sea of flowers, corpses were buried? And the reason why the sea of flowers was flourishing was because corpses were used as nutrients? Mild Fragrance looked at Zichun and seemed to have guessed his concern. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. After drinking the tea, you can stay here and heal your injuries first. As for any questions you have, we can talk about them after your injuries are healed." After saying that, mild fragrance left, leaving Zichun and the rest in the room. Everyone looked at Zichun. Zichun said, "Heal your injuries first. We can talk about it after your injuries are healed." Zhang Haoyan took out some crystals that were dug out from the silver wolf. Each of them was of high quality. These crystals could help everyone heal their injuries and also increase their strength. Su Mingyao's injuries were the first to recover. She walked out of the greenhouse and came to the sea of flowers. Her mind was clear and relaxed. She took a deep breath. Her beautiful face was filled with intoxication. Suddenly, Su Mingyao opened her eyes and looked at the sea of flowers in front of her. Her face was filled with doubt. After a moment, she walked forward. During this time, she was very careful. She came to the center of the sea of flowers and looked ahead quietly. The flowers here were colorful. Those who did not love flowers would not be able to distinguish the species. She stood there and looked quietly. Looking at the flowers in front of her, she fell into deep thought. The flowers swayed, and countless pollen flew into the air, circling in the air. Dan Xiang appeared behind Su Mingyao without a sound.